Chapter 954. Chapter 951. Essence descends again. Chapter 951. Essence descends again. Gu Chun Sha, you can't do anything to the power of the mortal world. The mortal world is the center. The immortals, devils, demons, and gods are the support. The underworld is the foundation, and the heavenly court is the control. This is the fundamental order of all things, and it is the most stable. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to it. You're delusional enough to think that you can suppress and refine this chain of power on your own. I think you're being a bit delusional. The Emperor of Heaven's voice was as emotionless as ever. As he spoke, the human world, the immortal world, the demon world, the god world, and the nether world all worked together. The heavenly court, as the ruler, produced an extremely powerful shackle and power that pressed down on Gu Chun Sha. Whoosh! Gu Chun Sha felt the Emperor of Heaven descend in front of him. Behind the Emperor of Heaven appeared a miniature version of the mortal world, immortal world, devil world, demon world, god world, underworld, and the heavenly court. The Emperor of Heaven's fist caused all things to not be destroyed, nor did they grow. Instead, they followed a certain order and rules, a cycle of life and death, an endless cycle that created a civilization of reincarnation. The civilization that the Emperor of Heaven wanted to create wasn't a civilization of prehistoric technology, nor was it a civilization of the immortal Tao. It was a civilization of reincarnation, a civilization of absolute order. With the power of this civilization, the Emperor of Heaven punched out, trying to force Gu Chun Sha back. Gu Chun Sha laughed uproariously as he also punched out. Heaven Empyrean, you are still unwilling to use the true power of your true body. You want to rely on your subordinates and the power of order from the heavenly court and the mortal world to contend against me? To me, your civilization is still full of loopholes. The order of the heavenly court and the mortal world is already outdated. The era has changed, and the future is no longer the future. I feel that it's better for you to change. Besides, I've long known who you are, and you can't hide it. If you change your mind and cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, we can build a brand new civilization together. We can unite the people of the mortal world and allow them to unleash their own spirit force. Only then will we be able to deal with the upcoming calamity. Otherwise, you will definitely be destroyed by the terrifying thing created by the fall of the heavenly Tao and the heavenly talisman sovereign. Gu Chun Sha, the Emperor of Heaven, said, I'm very surprised that you've figured that out. But how do you know that I can't devour that thing? What you can't do, I can do. You're taking your civilization for granted. Your civilization is built on nothing but fantasy. My civilization is real. Your civilization is illusory. Rumble. As their wills clashed, their fists slammed into each other. Crack, crackle. Cracks spread out in all directions, and Gu Chun Sha retracted his dragonless incantation. As for the Emperor of Heaven, he staggered backward, and cracks spread out across the heavenly court, which was high up in the sky. Almost all of the experts present could tell that the Emperor of Heaven was at a disadvantage. The Emperor of Heaven has gathered the power of the heavenly court, the human world, the underworld, the immortal, devil, demon, and god worlds, Jining Sha said. Look, Gu Chun Sha destroyed the heavenly court with a single punch. The Emperor of Heaven isn't using his own power, Lu Chun Sha said. But I think that even if the Emperor of Heaven were to use his own power, he would only be able to fight against Gu Chun Sha. Gu Chun Sha wouldn't even need to use Everworld. The current situation is like this. Gu Chun Sha's power alone is enough to stop the Celestial Emperor. In addition, the heavenly court, the underworld, the immortals, demons, immortals, and the power of immortal Gu Dao. It looks like the Emperor of Heaven is going to be forced to use his true body, Jining Sha said. Jining Sha said, if he is forced to reveal his true body, then everlasting world will be truly peaceful. We'll see, Lu Chun Sha said. I don't think it's that simple. Crack, crack. Right at this moment, the sound of something shattering suddenly rang out from somewhere in the most mysterious place that no one could reach. Everyone saw that in the endless nothingness, many huge light spots appeared. They seemed to be attracted by the human world and fell into it. Immediately, the human world's origin swelled again, as if it had received the support of countless great fortunes. The mutated origin has descended again. Jiningsha said, the descent of the mutated origin this time is really fierce. Even though there isn't a huge origin like the ancient Tao immortal, these origins aren't small either. They're several times larger than ours, maybe even dozens of times larger. All of them fell into the human world. No wonder the human world's fortunes soared. Oh, at this moment, Gu Chunsha also saw another mutated origin descend into the human world. Immediately, the power of the human world that the Emperor of Heaven urged surged. He smiled and said, Emperor of Heaven, it looks like the human world really has a lot of fortunes. In that case, I'll let you go for now. Whoosh! His body exited the human world and landed in Everworld. As for that Gu Daosha, he took advantage of the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Qinsha to hide. This person's concealment method was quite profound. After hiding in the human world, no one could discover his existence. Gu Qinsha returned to his Everworld, and the Emperor of Heaven also stopped. Qinsha, I just saw a lot of mutated origin falling into the human world. Does this indicate that the great calamity is getting closer and closer? Lu Baiwei observed the changes in the human world from the highest point of Everworld. When she saw Gu Qinsha return, she looked a little worried. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy. I feel that the great calamity is getting closer and closer. The Emperor of Heaven is actually not a cause for concern. It's just that the battle between the heavenly Tao and the Emperor is unpredictable. I can't control the situation. I don't know how things will develop in the future. This is also our only calamity. Gu Qinsha said, this time I went to the human world and thoroughly investigated the Emperor of Heaven. His strength is nothing to worry about. It's just a problem. How's the Everworld exhibition recently? Many experts in Everworld have gradually suppressed their ambitions. However, many experts chose to leave Everworld and go to the human world. They all want to obtain mutated origin energy and ascend to the heavens in one step. Another point is that the dragonless cultivation method is very hard to comprehend. Many people have lost confidence. Even the Empyrean experts are unable to comprehend it. They can't open their own spirit force and be self-sufficient. As time passes, they naturally feel that this matter is fake. Lu Baiwei said, our biggest flaw is that the dragonless cultivation method is too hard to cultivate. The dragonless cultivation method breaks through all restraints. It doesn't need any power and relies entirely on oneself. However, when humans are born, they aren't born out of thin air. They have parents and a true spirit. Under all kinds of coincidences, a spiritual intelligence is born. The process of going from nothingness to life. This itself is also borrowing some kind of power. Gu Qinsha said, if humans want to comprehend the dragonless cultivation method, they must first repay this karma before severing this fate and obtaining independence. All of this isn't as simple as borrowing money and returning money. It's all a decision of the heart. Indeed, not many people can do it. In fact, most people don't even know how to do it. However, I've already begun to deduce and perfect the dragonless cultivation method. When the great calamity arrives, this dragonless cultivation method might break through the realm that all living beings hope for. Everworld's current situation isn't too good, but it's not too bad either. All living beings in the world can still absorb and cultivate eternal chi. It's still considered stable. Lu Baiwei said, however, it's still impossible to expand and develop on a large scale. As long as it's hard to cultivate the dragonless cultivation method, it's impossible for Everworld to expand. Gu Qinsha nodded and said, what you're worried about right now is actually something else, and that is that the human world will instead become bigger and bigger. That's right, the human world's order has been stabilized. The Emperor of Heaven can create a large number of living beings and then harvest their power of worship. Other than that, he's also absorbing the mutated source to strengthen himself. That Gu Daoxian is a character similar to Long Xiang Tian. He's brave, but not astute. I don't think he could defeat the Emperor of Heaven at all. Now that he's revealed himself, the Emperor of Heaven will be able to grasp some clues. Sooner or later, he'll be devoured by the Emperor of Heaven. Why don't we capture him? Lu Baiyue said, if he's devoured by the Emperor of Heaven, the Celestial Court can still pose a threat to us. This Gu Daoxian still has some fate energy. It won't be easy for the Emperor of Heaven to capture and devour him. Moreover, what the Emperor of Heaven needs is a living Gu Daoxian. Submitting to him will be even more valuable. Think about it. If Gu Daoxian submits, if he kowtows to the Emperor of Heaven and thanks him, how much power of worship will he produce? Gu Qinsha said, there's one more thing, and that is that the Emperor of Heaven wants to leave this Gu Daoxian source for the Empress. The Empress's source has been devoured by you and completely refined. Even the Emperor of Heaven can't do anything about it. So he wants to create a new powerful Empress. This Empress won't come from the human world, but will appear in our Everworld. Moreover, this Empress might even comprehend the dragonless cultivation method. Think about it. If the Empress comprehended the dragonless cultivation method and then submitted to the Emperor of Heaven, in name, the Emperor of Heaven would be controlling the dragonless cultivation method. As a subject, in terms of fate energy, he can suppress me. That's impossible. Lu Baiyue said, if someone can comprehend the dragonless cultivation method, they won't believe in the Emperor of Heaven at all, and they won't be controlled by the Emperor of Heaven. Once the dragonless cultivation method is cultivated, even if it's the lowest level, they have already severed all fate, separated themselves from all karma, and become completely independent. They are lifeless and indestructible, and can't be touched by tribulations. In the eyes of someone who has cultivated the dragonless cultivation method, the Emperor of Heaven is nothing more than an ordinary person. There are exceptions to everything. Even outside of the Everworld, there are other worlds. Gu Qinsha said, the new Empress is also the only variable. But you don't have to worry, we monitor the Everworld. The new Empress will appear sooner or later. At that time, the true body of the Emperor of Heaven will appear completely, and it will no longer be able to be hidden, nor will it be possible to continue pretending. Chapter 955. Geniuses Remembered in a Second. Go if you like. Say, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Chapter 952. The reform in the human realm high up in the sky, at the highest node where mortals couldn't reach, the heavenly court operated eternally, its majesty boundless. The heavenly court was as huge as the divine central continent in the past, and its 4 legs were the 4 wastelands. However, at this moment, the heavenly court had a much more sacred luster than before. This was because the celestial arch had gathered countless sacrifices and refined immortality. He had even obtained some variant source energy, making the heavenly court even more powerful. At this moment, a meeting was being held in the highest central hall of the heavenly court. This meeting was presided over by the celestial arch. The celestial arch sat on a high throne. His entire body was incomparably huge, and he wore a flat crown. Bead curtains hung down, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The Emperor of Heaven's throne beneath him presented a color that didn't exist in the world. The Emperor of Heaven's throne used to be in the deepest part of the heavenly realm, inside the celestial gate. It could only be opened by gathering all 36 treasures and obtaining the Emperor of Heaven's throne. But because of the changes in the heavenly Tao, the celestial realm had shattered ahead of time. The Emperor of Heaven hadn't gathered all 36 treasures, but he had already secretly obtained the Emperor of Heaven's throne and established a brand new heavenly court. According to the original development of history, after the divine central continent had been refined by Gu Qinsha, the Emperor of Heaven would have been homeless and become a wandering ghost. But the Emperor of Heaven had also had a fortuitous encounter. Not only had he obtained the Emperor of Heaven's throne ahead of time, but he had also established a brand new heavenly court, making it even more powerful. The Emperor of Heaven sat on the throne of the heavenly court. Below him were the gods, immortals, heavenly kings, celestial lords, and various other officials, all lined up according to their positions. This was the first court meeting since the establishment of the heavenly court, and it was of great significance. Everyone, the celestial emperor let out a thunderous roar, causing the entire heavenly court to tremble slightly. This showed his immense power, which was almost boundless. This is the first meeting since the heavenly court established the human world and established order. The demons, immortals, gods, and underworld have all been at peace. This meeting can be said to be the most crucial meeting to gather destiny, to change the universe, to create the future, and to pacify fate. It has great significance. All of you who are able to participate in the conference can obtain immortality. All of the ministers of the heavenly court dropped to their knees. Congratulations, Emperor of Heaven. May the heavenly court be everlasting and deathless. May the heavenly court be established, and may not be destroyed by 1,000,000,000,000 tribulations. Very good. The Emperor of Heaven said, "Everyone, there are a few goals for this meeting. First, although the heavenly court has been established, there is a flaw, and that is that the Heaven Empress hasn't returned. However, she is about to appear, and once she does, the heavenly court will be truly complete. Your Majesty, the Heaven Empress source was taken by that Lu Baiwei. I think we should kill Lu Baiwei and obtain the source." Concubine Wu Dankong, who was sitting below the Emperor of Heaven, suddenly said. Wu Dankong was actually very unwilling. She had always wanted to become the new Heaven Empress, but the Emperor of Heaven didn't give her the chance. He even wanted to choose a new Heaven Empress. This made her angry, but there was nothing she could do. As long as the Heaven Empress didn't appear, she was basically below one person and above billions of people. Concubine Ming, you have worked hard and done a lot, and I have seen it all. I definitely won't mistreat you. However, the Heaven Empress already has a new person, and that is something that cannot be changed. You will forever enjoy the position of Concubine Ming, and that is also a blessing. The Emperor of Heaven said calmly, I just want to help your Majesty stabilize the situation. After all, the eternal world, the other world, and even a mutated source of the ancient Tao immortal are still here. They can cause great damage to the heavenly court, Ming Feiwu said in the air. This matter needs to be discussed. The Emperor of Heaven interrupted Wu Dankong. Everyone, what do you think? Your Majesty, I feel that the most important thing is to strengthen the human world's order and reproduction. That Gu Dao Xian is hiding in the human world, and I don't know what method he used, but he can't come out. I used the Heaven Observation Mirror to monitor Dao Yuo, but I couldn't see anything. If this person isn't killed, the world won't be at peace. Even our officials are at risk of being assassinated. Heavenly King Dao Yuo stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, other than that, there are also many mutated sources that have landed in the human world, and they can easily cause instability in the human world. We need to investigate them one by one. There are also some rebellious people who are even more vicious. Some experts came from the eternal world and were contaminated by the eternal chi. They cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and although they didn't reach the level of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, they can use this evil technique to resist the corrosion of the human world. They are also hiding in the human world, secretly gathering faith. The heavenly court also needs to exterminate these people. Otherwise, they will become malignant tumors that can easily pollute the human world. The new Lord of Sun and Moon, Hua Mingsha, said, That's right. That's what I want to say. The Emperor of Heaven said, As long as one cultivates the Dragonless Heart Sutra, they can resist the corrosion of the human world. Even the surging lust of the human world can't do anything to them. They hide in the human world and go around bewitching humans. They gather faith, so they must be exterminated. Your subjects understand, all of the officials replied. We have something to report as well. The Lord of the Divine World, the Great Spirit God, said in this official's divine world there are some people in the divine world who are arrogant and unruly. Although they are temporarily afraid of the heavenly court, they aren't very obedient. They often secretly cause trouble in the divine world. This official requests your majesty to deal with these rebellious people. This emperor knows about your troubles. The emperor of heaven listened, and after a moment of silence, he said, "This is indeed a troublesome matter. When the world changed, many ambitious people were born. These people should not have been able to cultivate to the divine world, but now they have. This is a variable. According to the rules of the heavens, these people must be killed. However, there are too many variables. If we kill them all, it will not only cause panic in the hearts of the people, but it will also cause them to change. This is not good for stability. Therefore, we need to recruit them. But how exactly do you want to recruit them? Your Majesty, this official has something to say." The Dharma saint stepped forward. "Oh, Dharma saint, speak." The Emperor of Heaven said, "Dharma saint, speaking of recruiting, I can use you as an example. You are not a subject of the heavenly court, but you have been following the heavenly court for a long time. You have made many plans and contributed greatly to the establishment of a human world. I have made an exception and promoted you, making you one of the subjects of the heavenly court. Today, I want to reward you and set an example for everyone. Do you think so?" This is what this official wants to say. The Dharma saint said, "This official was originally not destined to be a person of the heavenly court, but thanks to the grace of the Emperor of Heaven, I entered the heavenly court and can enjoy immortality. This is enough to set an example for those variables. What this official means is that I am willing to contribute to the heavenly court and set up a department to manage variables. These people who originally should not be in the divine world, heavenly longevity, or heavenly venerables will all be managed by this official. This official will work for the heavenly court and worship for the heavenly court." "Good." The Emperor of Heaven was overjoyed. "That's right. I have the same intention." Dharma saint, you have always been the representative of the law, the example of the law. In the original Central Plains, you helped the ancient heavenly sons of heaven establish order and continue the legal system for 10,000 years. This kind of destiny is extraordinary. What's even rarer is that you were not tempted by Guchan Sha and remained loyal to the court. Dharma saint, listen to the title. Your official is here. The Dharma saint was also overjoyed and knelt down. I confer you the title of Heavenly King of Reform, and the 9 heavenly kings will become the 10 heavenly kings. The Emperor of Heaven's golden words seem to change the heavenly court. Since the law of the future has changed, the heavenly court will change accordingly. As the Dharma saint, you will manage the variable for the sake of reform. The heavenly king of reform will manage the variables, and everyone will assist you. I will bestow upon you the whip of reform. You will be in charge of the reform of the mortal world, the immortal world, the God world, the devil world, the demon world, and even the heavenly court." As soon as the Emperor of Heaven conferred the title, a magical robe appeared on the Dharma saint's body. It was a magical robe made up of countless characters, all of which were the symbols of law. As soon as he donned the robe, the Dharma saint's destiny began to flow, and the Dharma saint's power skyrocketed. At the same time, a golden whip appeared in the Dharma saint's hand, covered with numerous characters of law, which, when combined, seemed to surpass the power of the sun and moon. Everyone looked enviously at the Dharma saint, especially the great spirit god. After all, the Dharma saint now had both the robe of reform and the whip of reform. With a leap, he became someone who was even more powerful than Zhang Ziren. Reform, these two words occupied destiny. It can be said to be the mainstream of the future. I didn't expect the Dharma saint to reach the heavens in one step. Among the many heavenly kings, it seems like the chaotic heavenly king is ranked first, while the Dharma saint's heavenly king of reform is only ranked 10th. However, the heavenly king of reform is the real number 1, because the future has changed. The heavenly Tao will eventually be destroyed, and the future is destined to be different. Therefore, the heavenly court also needs to reform, and reform will be the mainstream in the future. The Dharma saint made the right choice, snatching destiny that he didn't have before. Zhang Ziren frowned. but he immediately understood. This person is really lucky. Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, and the others who were standing below were also extremely jealous. They didn't expect the Dharma saint's position to leap to become one of the higher-ups of the heavenly court. Now that the heavenly court had established a brand new order, these people who didn't have any positions but had submitted to the heavenly court were now in an awkward position. Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, listen to my orders. The Dharma saint, who had been conferred the title, stood up. All of you, enter my reform department and collect all the people who have changed. Reorganize the world order. Gu Tanjian, Gu Changjian, and the others had no choice but to obey the Dharma saint's orders. Your Majesty, the punishing heavenly king, Valamisha, walked out and reported, we aren't a match for that Gu Daoxian. We might need your Majesty to personally subdue him. Reading, a better reading experience. Chapter 956. Chaos Heaven List. Chapter 953. Chaos Heaven List. The Dharma Saint had become one of the heavyweights of the heavenly court in a single leap, the heavenly king of reform. This made many people jealous and envious, but it also made them feel at ease. Originally, there were many rumors in the heavenly court that after the celestial arch stabilized, he would get rid of the uncertainties, which made people panic. But now that the celestial arch had made it clear that he was also going to reform, many of the uncertainties no longer had any different thoughts and worked for the celestial arch wholeheartedly. In the future, the heavenly court had very strict control over experts above the celestial master level. They wouldn't even allow them to appear. Celestial masters were great existences that were beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. Any celestial master was a threat to the heavenly court, not to mention those in the celestial longevity realm. But now, there were more and more celestial primes. This was because the world had changed. The Emperor of Heaven knew that it was impossible to cleanse and restore the original state. Even the Emperor of Heaven himself had changed. And so the Emperor of Heaven initiated the reform. At the heavenly court meeting, the moment the reform was announced, the entire heavenly court seemed to expand. Everyone felt that the Emperor of Heaven's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. Because of the word reform, the Emperor of Heaven received a huge amount of fate energy. Punisher Heavenly King, you said it well. It is true that Gu Daoxian is lurking in the human world and causing trouble. You can't subdue him, but I don't need to do anything. Instead, the Empress will do it. The merit of subduing Gu Daoxian will be done by the Empress. Because of this, the Empress is the Empress. As he spoke, the celestial arch looked at Wu Dankong. Concubine Ming, if you can capture and kill Gu Daoxian, the position of Empress of Heaven will also be yours. The system established by the heavenly court is fair and impartial. Every merit is recorded on the heavenly court's primordial chaos, heavenly pillars primordial chaos heavenly list. The heavenly pillar of chaos of the heavenly court had already fallen into the hands of the demonic ape of chaos. The chaotic demonic ape god had completely surrendered to Gu Chansha and started to practice the dragonless mental cultivation method. The demonic ape of chaos could no longer be counted on. But the Emperor of Heaven's means were extremely tyrannical. He had actually created the heavenly pillar of chaos in the demon realm, and had even created the most powerful demonic ape of chaos, Hua Yaosha. The primordious heavenly pillar was not only the pillar of the heavenly court, but it was also an existence that hung on the primordious heavenly decree. The primordial chaos heaven ranking was a ranking that recorded one's contributions. At all times, it displayed the merits and virtues of the many ministers of the heavenly court. According to the future pattern, the primordial chaos heaven ranking would be updated once every 300 and 960 years. The lowest ranked ministers would be banished to the mortal world, losing the chance to become immortal. As for the top ranked ministers, they would be spared from many tribulations and would even receive many rewards and promotions. Your Majesty, you must remember what you've said now. Wu Dankong had no scruples in front of the Emperor of Heaven. The other ministers were all trembling in front of the Emperor of Heaven, But Wu Dangkong was different. My words are the will of heaven. The Emperor of Heaven said, Ministers, now that the heavenly court has just been established, there are many things waiting to be done. It is also a great opportunity to make contributions. There are some traitors in the heavenly court, such as the demonic ape of chaos, Wenhong, Zhugeya, and the others. If anyone can capture or kill them, then the merit will be truly great. Your subordinates will definitely help your majesty to pacify the myriad worlds and kill the traitors. All the ministers said, Good. In that case, you all take your positions, Zhang Ziren. The Emperor of Heaven said, Your subject is here. Zhang Ziren stepped forward to receive the order. The mortal world is the foundation of the myriad worlds. In this world, there can be no immortal world, God world, demon world, but there can never be no mortal world. The Tao of the mortal world is concerned with the mortal world, which is resources and also the foundation of immortality. That Gu Chansha doesn't understand this, and came up with the Dragonless Heart Sutra to make people have no desires, no feelings, no anything. What difference is there from destruction? Only when people rely on each other, compete with each other, and envy each other will there be lust. The Emperor of Heaven said, You have control over the mortal world, and I have no worries. Now, I will give you the task of unifying the mortal world as soon as possible. Make all living beings in the mortal world worship the heavenly court, and, at the same time, sweep away all kinds of hidden tumors in the mortal world and establish true order. Your subject will definitely obey the Emperor's will. Zhang Ziren also knew the importance of the mortal world. All of you who have made contributions will be rewarded one by one in today's meeting. The Emperor of Heaven said, I have bestowed the title of Dharma Saint. You have all seen it for yourself. As long as you have made contributions, no matter what your birth, you will obtain immortality. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven stretched out his palm. Immediately, the primordial chaos heaven list that hung above the giant primordial chaos sky pillar appeared, and the names of the heavenly court's members appeared. Among these names, the ones at the top of the list suddenly received a burst of golden light. This golden light wrapped around the heads of the people at the top of the list, and layers upon layers of light actually appeared. This is the karmic heavenly light. After obtaining it, one will not be demonic, will not be tainted by the mortal world, and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. One can obtain immortality. The Emperor of Heaven said, Each ring of karmic heavenly light is equivalent to a 1 yuan of magic power. If you obtain more merit, you can directly exchange it for karmic heavenly light on the primordial chaos heaven list. This is also a reform. A ring of karmic heavenly light is equivalent to a 1 yuan of magic power. Many officials began discussing. They felt this was simply inconceivable. It had to be known that a 1 yuan of magic power was equivalent to a boundless universe. Even experts who had just stepped into the heavenly primordial realm only had a 1 yuan of magic power. In other words, as long as they made contributions, they could exchange it for karmic heavenly light on the primordial chaos heaven list. Wasn't this the same as directly increasing one's magic power by a 1 yuan of magic power? In addition, on the primordial chaos heaven list, you can also exchange it for the position of a true divinity and all sorts of magic treasures. As long as you have enough merit, the primordial chaos heaven list can create any existence you want. The Emperor of Heaven said, This is a reform. Your Majesty is wise. All the officials knelt down. Some were secretly startled because they discovered that the Emperor of Heaven was growing stronger and stronger. The Emperor of Heaven becoming stronger was a good thing for many people, but it was a bad thing for even more people. This was because many of the officials of the heavenly court were currently plotting for their own interests, and some were even secretly establishing sacrificial rites. This was especially true for the Great Spirit God. Therefore, this time, the Great Spirit God did not receive the blessing of the karmic heavenly light. On the primordial chaos heaven list, his name was ranked last. This was seen by everyone, and everyone in the heavenly court also knew that the Lord of the divine realm, the Great Spirit God, was not loyal to the heavenly court. This way, the heavenly court had almost directly ranked the loyalty of the many officials, making it clear at a glance. On the primordial chaos heaven list, it was constantly updated. Any loyal or treacherous officials could be seen at a glance. Just like that, the first grand meeting of the heavenly court ended. The Emperor of Heaven's authority deepened, and some experts could see the heavenly court's destiny growing, like the sun at high noon. After the court was dismissed, the Great Spirit God's expression was extremely ugly. At this time, the Dharma Saint walked up. Lord Dharma Saint has received all the favor today, becoming one of the 10 heavenly kings, the heavenly king of reform, and occupying destiny. The Great Spirit God said, "However, I've observed the history of the divine central continent in the past dynasties. All those who presided over the reform had strong destiny at the beginning, boiling like a raging fire, adding oil to the fire. But in the end, they were still pulled from the bottom of the cauldron. They all ended up in a miserable state. Lord Dharma Saint, you must be careful. The Great Spirit God, what you said is true. Those who presided over the reform of the past dynasties would definitely meet with misfortune, because they offended too many people, and the backlash would be too great. But now it's different. The heavenly Tao is also undergoing a reform, and the reform is the mandate of heaven. Those who obey will prosper, and those who don't will die. Therefore, change is the way of the king, and there is no such thing as a cycle in the world." The Dharma Saint said, "The Great Spirit God, you've actually brought this upon yourself. Since ancient times, you've always been two-faced, never trusting anyone, and you've schemed against anyone. But now, you have to change, or your position as the master of the divine realm will not be stable. You were able to survive from the chaotic primordial era until now, because you were destined to be the master of the divine realm. But if you continue to be two-faced, the Emperor of Heaven will definitely not tolerate you. And you should know that the Emperor of Heaven has already chosen a replacement for you." What? The Great Spirit God was shocked and suddenly bowed deeply to the Dharma Saint. "Lord Dharma Saint, save me. What should I do now? You're too smart, and there are many things that you can't see clearly." The Dharma Saint said, "The Great Spirit God, if you cooperate with me this time, you'll still have a good chance to deal with those people. If you continue to be two-faced, even I won't be able to save you. I'll definitely cooperate, definitely cooperate." The Great Spirit God quickly nodded and bowed. Seeing that the Great Spirit God had left, another person appeared beside the Dharma Saint. It was the Sun Moon Master, Hua Mingsha. Hua Mingsha looked at the departing figure of the Great Spirit God. "Lord Dharma Saint, the Great Spirit God can't be trusted. I think it's better to take him down as soon as possible, and then let someone else replace him as the Lord of the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm is no small matter. It assists the heavenly court in managing the mountains, rivers, temples, and even the doors, windows, and toilets of every household will have a god. The doors have a god, the windows have a god, and the toilets have a god. They're indispensable. The Great Spirit God must be beaten into the cycle of reincarnation, never to reincarnate again. But he still has some fate, so we can't touch him for now." The Dharma Saint said, "Recently, I've been studying the heaven's will, and discovered that because he killed the woman of heavenly talisman Great Emperor Gutaxian, Guchinch's mother, he'll obtain a fortuitous encounter in the future. Once he obtains that fortuitous encounter, it'll be time for him to die. It seems that Lord Dharma Saint's cultivation has reached an unimaginable level, so high that even I can't catch up to you." Hua Mingsha said, "Lord Sun Moon Master, you're too serious. I've only been nurtured by the Emperor of Heaven, who bestowed me with the title of Heavenly Tao of Reform. That's how I obtained the true essence of the word change and somehow grasped it." The Dharma Saint frowned. Chapter 9:57. Chapter 9:54 Whereabouts of Heaven Queen. Chapter 9:54 Whereabouts of Heaven Queen. The Dharma Saint, who has obtained the true meaning of the word change, is indeed extraordinary. Hua Mingsha thought, but didn't show what he was thinking on his face. However, he said something else. Lord Warlock Saint, as the Lord of the Sun and Moon, I control 129,600 Star-Lords. Most of those Star-Lords are not at the Tianyuan realm. Some of them are celestial venerables and Tianshou. They also want to reach the Tianyuan realm. Lord Warlock Saint is in charge of the Reform Department, and many of them do not obey the orders of the Imperial Court. After you strip them of their cultivation, you can give it to me, and I will make up for their cultivation. How about that? These celestial lords have the power to illuminate the human world. The more powerful the celestial lords are, the more stable the human world is, and the demons won't invade. We have to be careful about this. We can't do this at the expense of the public. The Dharma Saint knew that now that the power of the Heaven Court was getting stronger, the power was being divided, and the departments were fighting against each other. The Master of Sun and Moon Hua Mingsha controlled 129,600 celestial lords. If all of them reached sky origin, then his power of the Sun and Moon ruler would increase greatly. Emperor Heaven means that we should subdue all of them and then sincerely worship the Heaven Court. We can't kill them at will. The sacrifices of these people are very powerful and are very beneficial to Emperor Heaven's cultivation. Killing one of them is a great loss. So Emperor Heaven wants to educate them first, and killing them is the last resort. Lord Dharma Saint, are you saying that I'm doing this at the expense of the public? The Master of Sun and Moon Hua Mingsha's tone became dark. You misunderstand, Lord. The Dharma Saint said slowly, what I mean is that we have to work together sincerely. We can't listen to the provocations of some despicable people. The everlasting world hasn't been destroyed, and the other world still exists. Gu Daoxian and many people with mutated origins are hiding in the human world. It's very dangerous. Maybe some desperate people will try to assassinate us. I think Gu Daoxian might lose his mind and kill some of the Celestial Court's officials. The Celestial Court will also face a calamity. He did not know who was the one who suffered the calamity. Thinking of the many changes in the future, there was the chaotic world, demonic ape deity, wreaking havoc in the Celestial Court, and many experts were killed or injured. Of course, this kind of future change wouldn't happen now. But who knew if an even more terrifying and powerful existence would be born, especially now that the Emperor of Heaven was also training hard, and it was very likely that he wouldn't have the time to do anything. We should stick together. Think about it. If His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, doesn't act, and that Gu Dao immortal comes to kill us, will we be able to resist? Lord Dharma's Saint, look at you clearly. Lord of the Sun and Moon, Hua Mingsha, gasped and said, you have a higher cultivation level. We can't let our guard down, and we can't be suspicious of each other. If we work together, we will be much safer. I have to subdue many variables, and I can't do it alone. I still have to rely on Lord of the Sun and Moon. The Dharma Saint smiled and said, actually, there are benefits, and that is the power of worship produced by these variables. Besides worshiping the Emperor of Heaven, we can keep some for ourselves and exchange it for the immortal merit halo on the heavenly list of mixed yuan to increase our power. If we work together, you can help my reform department, and the more worship we get, the faster our cultivation will be. Of course, this is a good thing. Lord of the Sun and Moon, Hua Mingsha said, but if the earthly sovereign and some others see us doing this, they will definitely want to share. I have a way to deal with this. The Dharma Saint said, let's agree on this. Next, we will build a force. First, we will go to the immortal realm of the Great Spirit God and bring all the divine primordial cultivators into my reform department. The Warlock Saint had obtained great power. He wore the reform robe and held the reform whip in his hand. He immediately started a series of actions that affected every corner of the human world. At this moment, the Han dynasty established by Zhang Ziran was getting bigger and bigger, and it spread out, subduing many countries. Its territory was unprecedentedly prosperous. In the capital of the great Han dynasty, everywhere was expanding, and there were good and bad people mixed together. This capital was not only full of classical buildings, but also had the aura of a prehistoric technological civilization. There were tall buildings, flying ships landing one after another in the sky, and on the ground, there were all kinds of trains, cars, and even all kinds of teleportation portals flashing. This was something that could not be helped because the human world was too big, and its territory was incomparably vast, even bigger than the previous heaven realm. In the previous heaven realm, even heavenly masters could not see the whole picture. Now, in the human world, even the divine, primordial cultivators were as small as a grain in the sea. If the original heaven realm was placed in the current human world, it would be like putting a sesame seed in a huge water tank. Therefore, the human world and the Great Han Dynasty had to use all kinds of teleportation portals and technology to manage. Otherwise, the imperial court would not be able to prosper, and they would not be able to obtain more power of worship. In the northwest corner of Hong City, there was a skyscraper that was several hundred stories tall. The top floor of the skyscraper was made from the finest metal essence and crystal jade, and it shone brightly. It was unknown which major power had built it. In the conference hall on the top floor, there were more than 10 people in a meeting. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face, and he looked very dignified. He was stroking a token. "Sect leader, is this an order from the imperial court? Is there something big happening in the heavenly court? They set up a reform department, and the Dharma Saint is in charge. All cultivators who are above the 20th transformation of the Tao realm in the human world must ascend to the celestial world or the God realm and accept the selection to join the reform department. Otherwise, if they are caught after the deadline, they will be sent into the cycle of reincarnation, never to be reborn again." A woman said to the dignified middle-aged man, "We came from the everlasting world to collect sacrifices in the human world. Apart from that, we also want to obtain the mutated source and find a chance to rise to the top. Now, the heavenly court wants to purge us. How can it be so easy?" Another man said, "However, we still have to listen to the sect leader. I came from the everlasting world to the human world and founded the great Xian God sect. I am the sect leader." The middle-aged man said, "We've cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Although we can't comprehend the core realm of not needing external forces, self-sufficiency, and complete freedom from it, we can rely on this Heart Sutra to resist the corrosion of the mortal world's forces and hide here. Now, the heavenly court wants us to submit with this order. Isn't that just wishful thinking?" "Sect leader is right." A man said, "We can use the Dragonless Heart technique to hide. That's not all. The Dragonless Heart technique also has the ability to refine sacrifices. We can refine the undying substance from the sacrifices and use it on ourselves, making us invincible. The benefits of the Dragonless Heart technique are beyond words. Furthermore, the human world is the best place to cultivate the Dragonless Heart technique. It's much more convenient than the everlasting world." The middle-aged hierarch said, "However, we can't underestimate the heavenly court's order. We have to treat them well. Pass my order. Dispose of all our assets in Hongdu. Hide all our core members and wait for the storm to blow over before we move on." As the middle-aged man gave the order, a voice rang out. "Great Xian God sect, sect leader Profound Valor. You were an elder of the Eastern Baron Profound Heaven and Earth sect. When the Profound Heaven and Earth sect was destroyed, you benefited from it. When the heaven realm was destroyed and the primordial chaos exploded and shrunk, you managed to obtain the grand Kiliacosm seed that was produced when the primordial chaos exploded. You fused it into your body, which gave you the cultivation of heaven origin. You learned a portion of the Dragonless Heart technique from the everlasting world, and then infiltrated the human world to spread your teachings and gain the faith of all living beings." Along with this voice, a ray of light appeared. Within the light, the figure of the Warlock Saint appeared. "Warlock Saint, you actually came personally." The middle-aged man from the Great Xian Divine Cult, Profound Valor, was shocked. He instinctively wanted to escape, but the Dharma Saint had already sealed off the area, and there was no way he could escape. "If you weren't a heaven origin expert, why would I use this clone to subdue you?" The Dharma Saint pointed, and a halo appeared on his hand. The halo flew directly toward Profound Valor's head. Immediately, A golden hoop appeared on profound Valor's head. Then, all of his transformations vanished, and he knelt on the ground, clutching his head and howling in pain. "This is a secret technique that Emperor Heaven Emperor taught me," the Dharma's saint said. "It's called the Hoop of Loriform. It's specifically used to suppress the Dragonless Heart technique, so that it can't cause any trouble. Profound valor. If you follow me obediently, you'll definitely become immortal in the future. If you don't, then you'll never be able to reincarnate. Your subordinate is willing to submit," Profound Valor said in pain. "Very well." The Dharma saint nodded in satisfaction. "If that's the case, then join my sect." Such things were happening everywhere. The Dharma saint personally went into battle, subduing one heaven origin expert after another in the human world. At the same time, in the permaculture realm, many experts were still heading toward the human world. At this time, Gu Chansha was high up in the permaculture realm, staring at some passages. The permaculture realm could be entered and exited freely. Many experts who had reached the Tianyuan realm secretly activated their cultivation to open a passage to the human realm. "How is it? Have you found the new Heaven Queen?" Lu Baiwa walked up to him. "I found some clues," Gu Chansha said. Gu Chansha said, "Heaven Empress is indeed in our eternal realm, but I'm preparing to have her go to the human realm. After subduing that Gu Daoxian, we'll capture her and cause Celestial Emperor to lose his hard-earned plan. We'll deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court." Chapter 958. Grand Plume, Sand. Chapter 955. Grand Plume Sand. It's time for us to leave the eternal realm and go to the human realm. In a town in the eternal realm, there were a few small courtyards. In a very quiet place, there were a few people sitting in the courtyard. These people's auras were actually at the Sky Primal Realm and Sky Longevity Realm, Empyrean Realm. In the Eternal Realm, there were many such experts, but Gu Chensha didn't supervise these people. Ever since the Eternal Realm was established, Gu Chensha cared about spreading the Dragonless Mantra and forming some kind of rules and order. Now, as long as one cultivated the Dragonless Mantra, all kinds of comprehension and data would gather into the Eternal Realm, causing the depths of the Eternal Realm to circulate the mysteries of the Dragonless Mantra day and night. The wisdom of all living beings purified the Dragonless Mantra, allowing Gu Chansha to obtain great benefits. From a certain point of view, many people who cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra would not be able to truly comprehend how to use the great power of their spirit to make themselves self-sufficient, while at the same time severing their past karma and fate to completely transcend the realm. However, many people could use the Dragonless Heart Sutra to refine eternity, gradually transforming the mystic energy and divine abilities within their bodies into the power of eternity. As such, these people would also diligently cultivate. The only drawback was that these people had to use the sacrifices of all living beings, which was strictly forbidden in the Eternal Realm. Everyone had to go to the human realm. Many experts in the human realm also communicated with the experts in the Eternal Realm, saying that the Dragonless Mantra could resist the power of the human realm, was good at hiding, and wouldn't be discovered by the Heavenly Court. Thus, a trend immediately spread among the people of the Eternal Realm, and that was that everyone wanted to go to the human realm. Of course, there were people who added fuel to the fire, but it was also related to Gu Chencha's indulgence. Right now, Gu Chansha wanted the people of the Eternal Realm to go to the human realm to spread the Dragonless Mantra, pushing his Dragonless Mantra to the limit. Spreading the Dragonless Mantra was his main goal. He had already seen clearly that all living beings were of one heart. It wasn't that all living beings revolve around Gu Chansha, but that all living beings believe in the concept of the Dragonless Mantra, believe in the concept brought about by the Dragonless Mantra. Gu Chansha was not the truth. It was impossible for everyone to believe in him, but he could make everyone believe in the Dragonless Heart Sutra. This was the unity of all living beings. Only when all living beings were united and completely believed in the highest truth contained in the Dragonless Heart Sutra would they be able to resist the terrifying thing that was born from the collapse of the heavenly talisman Great Emperor and the heavenly Tao. We have to go to the human world. We haven't developed much in the perpetual world. The perpetual world is still a little small. The human world has a lot of opportunities, and we can also obtain variant origin. However, I've also heard that the Emperor Heaven has recently established a reform department to capture those who cultivate the dragonless mental cultivation technique, as well as all kinds of people. If we go there now, won't we just run into the muzzle of the gun? Now is the best time for us. If we go there later, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get any benefits when the human world stabilizes. What do you all think? Among these people, the leader was a young man, about 18 or 19 years old. However, he was very experienced, as if he had lived for countless years. Great Cloud Ancestor, let's form an alliance and go to the human world together. We have to do something great. The calamity you mentioned is coming, and if we don't fight for a chance to survive, I'm afraid we'll die without a burial place. We won't have any more chances. Even the ancient dust sand will be destroyed. The chance of survival is very small. Don't be fooled by the fact that the everlasting world is eternal. When the calamity comes, it will be destroyed. But how can we fight for a chance to survive? It's very simple. We can go to the human world and avoid the calamity. At the same time, we can obtain great fortune. First, we can obtain variant origin. As long as we have variant origin, we might have a chance to escape this calamity. The young man in the lead was called Ancestor Hongyan. In fact, he was an ancient existence, similar to the immortal Lord and Wan Senshi. He was an ancient creature born from the primordial chaos. However, he didn't show himself like the immortal Lord and Wan Senshi. Fortunately, Ancestor Hongyan was very lucky. When the heaven world was destroyed and the primordial chaos shrunk, he obtained many treasures from the primordial chaos, as well as the seed of a great Kiliacosm. He also reached the heaven primal realm. Furthermore, he wasn't at the first elemental realm, but rather had the power of multiple elemental essences. However, he still concealed himself well. While comprehending the Dragonless Heart Sutra in the perpetual world, he gained some insights and even divined a few things. Ancestor, I heard that someone really comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra, developing one's own spirit, obtaining great freedom, a great opportunity. A heaven longevity realm expert said, "That's right. That's my daughter. Come out, Grand Plume Sand. Lord Father, I'm here." A young girl walked out. She was only 13 or 14 years old, but there were many flickering lights behind her. These lights were constantly changing and had a myriad of auras. Unexpectedly, she was much stronger than Ancestor Hongyan. My daughter, Hongling Sha, has comprehended the core of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, the most crucial secret. She is the only one who has reached this realm. It can be said that even in the imperial court, those who can comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, be self-sufficient, cut off their karma, and not be affected by fate are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. With this, my daughter, Hongling Sha, will be able to take us to the mortal world, and will be able to establish a foundation there, Ancestor Hongyan said. Lord Father, I'm confident that I can go to the mortal world without being discovered. The heavenly court and the perpetual world won't be able to find us. As long as we grasp the core of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, we'll be able to achieve great freedom, and no one will be able to pry into our secrets. Your current strength far surpasses mine, Ancestor Hongyan said. I didn't expect that you could comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra that I couldn't comprehend at all. Lord Father, you're exaggerating. How could it be so easy to comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra? Self-sufficiency, developing the heart, and severing karma are just the beginning. It's like I've entered the next level and crossed the threshold. I can't be compared to Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha is also continuously comprehending this realm. His realm is even higher than the Emperor Heaven of Heaven, and he's already on the same level as the Heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian. Grand Plume Sand said, however, in this world, the number of people who can truly comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra can be counted on one hand. Apart from those in the imperial court, Gu Qinsha, Lu Baiwe, Wenhong, Zhu Biya, and Gu Huasha, I'm the only one who can comprehend it. I don't know if it's because of some sort of coincidence or opportunity, but there must be a reason. So I have to go to the mortal realm to find this reason. In the eternal realm, I won't be able to find this reason. In that case, let's go to the mortal world. Ancestor Hong Yin said, some of my old friends are hiding there, and they haven't been captured by the heavenly court. If we all gather together, we'll definitely be able to do something big in the mortal world. Grand Plume Sand didn't say anything. She suddenly moved her hands, and a passage appeared in front of them. Rumble. The passageway continued to shrink, sucking everyone in. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The Heaven Empress has appeared. Gu Chansha stood at the highest point of the perpetual world, looking at everything in the distance. He could see everything that happened in the perpetual world and even the mortal world. The new Heaven Empress is that woman called Grand Plume Sand. She's really a weirdo. She can actually comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra. It's a miracle among miracles. Lu Baiwe also clicked her tongue in admiration. Since she's the Heaven Empress, is there something strange? What kind of strange method was the Celestial Emperor using? The current Emperor of Heaven has actually set up a reform department. It's clear that he's also changing. He's not rigidly bound to fate. This kind of Emperor of Heaven is the most frightening. She'll be a huge threat to us in the future. You're right, but it's just a threat. It can't hurt our foundation. However, this new Heaven Empress has nothing to do with the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven can't control the birth of the new Heaven Empress. The new Heaven Empress is actually a product of coincidence. Gu Qinsha said, this woman doesn't necessarily have to resign herself to fate. She's content with her identity as the Heaven Empress. Anyone who cultivates my Dragonless Heart Sutra has their own fate in their hands. They can cut off everything and live in peace. How can they let fate arrange them? However, if the Emperor of Heaven can make this woman change her mind and return to her identity as the Heaven Empress, then it's equivalent to him breaking my Dragonless Heart Sutra. He can damage my fate energy and deal me a fatal blow. So you're saying that this woman is the key to your battle with the Emperor of Heaven? Lu Baiwe said, you can say that. It's actually a fight for people's hearts. This woman has the identity of the new Heaven Empress, but she has another identity of someone who has successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. If she follows the Emperor of Heaven, then it means that the Emperor of Heaven can control the Dragonless Heart Sutra. That means that even if she successfully cultivates the Dragonless Heart Sutra, she won't be able to achieve freedom. Then, my Dragonless Heart Sutra isn't the path of transcendence, but a joke. Gu Qinsha said, how is that possible? The Dragonless Heart Sutra itself is about transcendence. How could it change from truth to not truth just because of a woman's betrayal? How could such a thing happen between heaven and earth? Lu Baiwe frowned. This is actually a fight for fate energy. Because my Dragonless Heart Sutra hasn't reached the 9th level of the immortal realm, there's still a flaw. Once there's a flaw, it will be attacked. Gu Qinsha said, of course, even if this Heaven Empress Hong Ling Sha regains her Heaven Empress identity and returns to the Emperor of Heaven's side, it won't be a big deal. It won't cause too much damage. It will only affect the determination of all living beings to cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Chapter 959. Dragonless Transmission. Chapter 956. Dragonless Transmission. Gu Chansha watched as the Hongling Sand led many masters of the everlasting world to open a passage and enter the human world. The current human world was very tightly sealed, and there was also a strong power of the mortal world to pollute and block it, so the immortals didn't dare to enter, lest they were polluted and fall into the cycle of reincarnation. At this time, the underworld and the human world had gradually stabilized. Gu Qinsha saw that the deep and serene underworld below the human world had been divided into many levels. Each level was spacious, and all kinds of punishments and rewards had been arranged. There were also many Yin gods, impermanents, soul reapers, oxhead, horseface, judges, and so on. They had also begun to spread in the human world. They were in charge of the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the human world, and all the cycles of reincarnation. In addition, all kinds of true gods have begun to spread in the human world. Fire god, water god, earth god, rain god, thunder god, wind god, and even toilet god, illumination god, door god, earth god, city god, and so on, all began to participate in the management of the human world. In this way, it could be said that the gods were 3 feet above their heads. This situation strengthened the rule of the heavenly court, so that many demons, ghosts, and evil things could not cause trouble, and people would not let their imagination run wild. Not only was the order of the heavenly court gradually stabilized, but also produced a huge power of worship. In the deepest part of the sky of the human world, the heavenly court became more and more dazzling. Gu Qinshan knew that after the heavenly court established the human world and the order was stabilized, the most terrifying and powerful power could burst out in an instant. The heavenly court has some powerful things. Liu Baiwei said, "The heavenly court and the underworld united, some small gods control the mountains, families, towns and villages, and even cities and countries, to help the heavenly court maintain order and kill the demons. In addition, there are the sun, moon, and stars in the sky constantly monitoring the heaven and earth, and the Een God Soul Reaper of the underworld controls life and death reincarnation. There is power above, there is subservience below. The worship of the worship is endless. In a short period of time, it is much faster than our everlasting world." Of course, Gu Qinsha said, "At this stage, the mortal world is the main location of fate energy. Whoever controls the mortal world will be able to temporarily control fate energy. Unfortunately, the mortal world won't last long. It's just a fleeting matter. I will use my clone to follow the Grand Plume Sand. Let's see how her state of mind changes. She's one of the biggest test subjects of the Dragonless technique. Through her change, I can push the Dragonless technique to the next level, the 9th level of Immortal Realm." As he spoke, a figure appeared in Gu Qinsha's body. It directly left the eternal world and entered the human world, disappearing without a trace. This is the human world. At this moment, a group of people appeared in the human world. They were the people from the eternal world, led by Hongling Sha. What a dense human world energy. If we didn't have the Dragonless technique to activate the Dragonless Chi to protect our bodies, we would definitely be greatly polluted and corroded. Not to mention gods and sages, even heavenly venerables, heavenly longevity realm, and even heaven primordial realm experts like me will be affected by the human world, and their cultivation will regress. They will also be affected by the mortal world, and their cultivation will regress. For example, cultivators at the 20th transformation of the Tao realm who have just cultivated magic, if they don't ascend to the celestial world, they will collapse and fall into the cycle of reincarnation. They won't have any chance to rise back up. Ancestor Hong Yin sighed. Moreover, I feel that the heavenly court, the underworld, the mountains, the rivers, the plants, and the trees have formed a dense, inescapable net that is rapidly expanding in the human world. Even the experts of the sky origin stage might be discovered because the sun, moon, and many stars in the sky are shining down and sweeping everywhere. Hongling Sha said, "If I didn't have the Dragonless technique, I'm afraid I would be discovered the moment I entered the human world, which would lead to the siege of the heavenly court. Your Dragonless technique is amazing. Even if you sneak into the heavenly court and do things under the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven might not be discovered. The Celestial Emperor won't necessarily be discovered. With that, we can spread our teachings and gather sacrifices. At the same time, we can find people with mutant essences and recruit them as our subordinates. That's right, but we can't be impatient. Otherwise, we will become the main target of the heavenly court, and the gains will not make up for the losses. Now that the heavenly court is gradually stabilizing, we can only hide in the dark and observe the changes. I think that Immortal Master Gu Dao won't be satisfied and will definitely rebel. Once he does, it will be the best chance for us to expand." Hong Lingsha said, "We landed in a remote place in the human world. Look, this place is a bit behind the times. The technological civilization hasn't reached here, but it seems that there are gods stationed here. A heaven longevity realm expert pointed to the front. This place looked like a county town. The roads weren't very wide, and primitive carriages were used. The folk customs seemed to be that men farmed and women weaved. It seemed to be in the feudal era of the ancient dynasties. It had been like this for decades in the divine central continent. But when Heavenly Talisman Great Emperor established the Celestial Designer Institute and handed it over to Guchen Shah, it immediately exploded. Flying in the sky, teleportation, and skyscrapers rose in great numbers. It directly entered the era of the immortal Tao and technology. Oh, it seems that a soul-reaping emissary has appeared in that family's courtyard. Hongling Shah looked over and saw that the sky above the largest mansion in the county town seemed to be shrouded by a faint black aura. Then there were two figures wandering around. Someone is about to die. The soul-reaping emissary of the underworld is preparing to bring the souls of the dead into the underworld to judge good and evil. This is one of the rules established by the heavenly court, Ancestor Hongyun said. Come, let's go take a look. Since the creation of the world until now, there has never been such a situation in the original heavenly realm. After a person dies, their soul fuses with the world. There is no such thing as the underworld. A celestial master found this very novel. It's good to go take a look. Something doesn't seem right. Those two soul-reaping emissaries are cowering and don't dare to go forward. Hongling Shah moved and arrived above the mansion. Both the soul-reaping emissaries and Hongling Shah's group were invisible to ordinary people. However, the soul-reaping emissaries couldn't see Hongling Shah and the others at all. The cultivation of these soul-reaping emissaries was actually very low. They were only equivalent to people who had cultivated to the 10 transformations of the Tao realm. It was just that they had some kind of authority. When the Grand Feather Sand reached the top of the house, they saw a young man lying inside. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury and was on the verge of death. However, he was chanting some scripture, and there was an invisible force that made the two soul reapers not dare to go down. Oh, Dragonless Heart Sutra? Hongling Shah heard it clearly. The scripture that the dying young man was chanting was actually some content of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Of course, it was very shallow. Moreover, this young man didn't seem to have any cultivation and hadn't really cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. He didn't know where he heard the Dragonless Heart Sutra scripture and chanted it at the last moment. The soul-reaping emissaries actually didn't dare to come down to reap the soul. Interesting. The Dragonless Heart Sutra actually has such great power. Even if an ordinary person learned a few words and chanted it at the last moment, they wouldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and would be able to hang on to their lives. Even the soul-reaping emissaries can't do anything to him. Hongling Shah nodded to himself. It seems like I have grasped some of the essence of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but there are many mysteries within it that I haven't been able to comprehend. Brother, what should we do? This young man is clearly about to die. We came here to reap his soul, but he actually chanted this evil scripture. We can't get close at all. If we forcibly reap his soul, we might be shattered by the power of the evil scripture. This evil scripture is really too powerful. A soul-reaping emissary in white said anxiously, "There's nothing we can do about it. The Heavenly Court has recently issued a decree. If my guess is correct, the evil scripture that this young man is chanting is the tumor that the Heavenly Court wants to eradicate. It's called the Dragonless Heart Sutra. I don't know where this young man learned a few words of chants, but he can actually produce such great power. Look, the injuries on his body are actually starting to heal gradually. Is he going to come back to life? This Dragonless Heart Sutra can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, not falling into the cycle of reincarnation, undying and indestructible." The soul-reaping emissary in black said in shock. Rumor has it that the Dragonless Heart Sutra can develop the immortal power in the depths of one's heart, creating everything and transcending everything. This is a fallacious theory, but now it seems a little strange. The soul-reaping emissary in white said, We have to report this matter to the higher-ups. All right. Immediately, the two soul-reaping emissaries sent out their message talismans. Immediately, a chilly wind blew, and from the underworld, another god in official robes appeared. Greetings, Your Excellency. The soul-reaping emissary immediately knelt down. I received your report. This matter is not a big deal, but it's not a small one either. The god in official robes said, this dragonless heart sutra's poison stream is so great that ordinary people can actually resist the jurisdiction of reincarnation just by learning a few words. Preposterous. This young man doesn't have any misdeeds in his life, but some time ago, he obtained a copy from God knows where. The copy recorded some scattered scriptures of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and he inadvertently reciting it before he died. Your Excellency, what should we do now? The soul-reaping emissary asked. I've already reported this matter to the heavens. Look, the Thunder General under the command of the Heavenly King of Reform is here, the god in official robes said. As he spoke, a dark cloud floated over from the sky, and a golden god appeared in the dark cloud. Of course, ordinary people could only see the dark cloud and not the god. Judge, there's actually someone who cultivates the Dragonless Heart Sutra in your realm. You're guilty. The golden god said, I'm a god under the command of the Heavenly King of Reform, under the command of the Heavenly Thunder Marshal, under the command of the Divine General Jingguang, under the command of the Disciplinary Officer. Send down divine punishment to destroy the evil scripture. We must not allow it to spread. Rumble. As the golden god spoke, he waved his hand, and a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down, intending to turn the courtyard into dust. The people inside would be directly destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to enter reincarnation. Chapter 960. Chapter 957. The Three Corpses. Chapter 957. The three corpses before this person died, he seemed to have comprehended some secret of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Although the comprehension was very shallow, he seemed to be a talent that could be nurtured. The heavenly court was cruel and merciless. They used heavenly lightning to blast this courtyard into powder. The Grand Feather Sand pondered for a moment and cast a small spell. It immediately sucked the young man into its own world. Soon after, the entire courtyard was blasted to pieces by the heavenly lightning. The people around the courtyard fled like rats. Everyone, don't panic. This family cultivates evil arts and harms living beings. The gods in heaven found out, so they used heavenly lightning to eliminate the evil. An hour later, the magistrate in the city seemed to have received some kind of news. He had the bailiffs beat the gongs, and the streets were filled with noise. At the same time, he sent people to clean up the mess. Hong Ling Sha saw that the Soul Reapers had left, and the place had settled down. He couldn't help but shake his head. Father, look at this remote place in the human world. Even the gods of the underworld and the thunder soldiers from the heavens have come to work together with the officials in the human world to manage the lives of the common people. This is really like the ancient saying, look up 3 feet above your head. That's not all. Ancestor Hong Yun said, you see, there are gods in every household. In every house, there are at least door gods, illumination gods, and toilet gods. These small gods are also supervising the affairs of every household. In addition, there is a land god within 10 miles and a city god within 30 miles. These gods supervise the human world, and they manage the human world like an iron bucket. However, this is only on the surface. There is still no way to monitor people's hearts. I think the Emperor of Heaven is going to make his move soon. Hong Ling Sha said, just when the Grand Plume Sand had entered the human realm and was looking for opportunities to spread its faith, gather offerings, and search for those people who had been reincarnated from the mutated origin, in the center of the heaven, the Dharma saint was reporting some matters to the Emperor of Heaven. Your Majesty, Emperor of Heaven, I have recently brought all the sky primordial realm, heavenly longevity realm, and heavenly venerable realm cultivators into the reform department. However, I have yet to find those who have obtained the variant origin hidden in the human realm. Also, I have recently cleaned up many common people who are secretly cultivating the dragonless mantra. However, they're all small fish and shrimps. There are no big fish among them. The Dharma saint said, "You've already done very well." The celestial arch was very appreciative. You've gathered all of these variables and provided them with powerful sacrificial offerings. With the power of these sacrificial offerings, the heavenly court will be able to create many gods and completely govern the human realm. However, the hearts of the people in the human realm are still unsettled. They have yet to fully understand the power of the heavenly court. Moreover, it is difficult to subdue the hearts of the people. Therefore, I have prepared an even more powerful method. Your Majesty, what method are you going to use? The Dharma saint was somewhat aghast. He felt that the Emperor of Heaven in front of him was becoming more and more profound. 3 corpses God. The Emperor of Heaven moved his palm. Immediately, 3 rays of light appeared in front of the Dharma saint. Within these 3 rays of light, there were 3 twisted talismans. The talismans were curved like insects. These 3 insects seemed to contain some kind of immortal and undying power. They were constantly wriggling and emitting some kind of information. Upon seeing these 3 bugs, the warlock saint felt as if all the secrets in his heart had been seen through. These 3 bugs were constantly reporting their thoughts to the celestial arch, as well as their good and evil intentions. This is the 3 corpses God. I will spread it to everyone in the world. The purpose of this 3 corpses God is to constantly report to the heavenly court about the thoughts and movements of all living beings. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. My cultivation has broken through again. I have finally cultivated the 3 corpses God. My cultivation is now on par with Glyph and Sha. As long as the 3 corpses God spreads throughout the human realm, the control of the heavenly court will increase. My cultivation will break through to the limit. As time passes, I will become more and more tyrannical. At that time, I will be able to kill Gu Chansha. The Emperor of Heaven said, "Dharma Saint, now spread the 3 corpses God. Fuse it into the human realm's crystal wall. As long as someone breathes it, the 3 corpses God will enter their body." Yes. The Dharma saint carefully carried the 3 corpses God and left the heavenly court. In the human realm, Gu Chencha's incarnation followed the Hongling's sand. Suddenly, he noticed that the human realm seemed to have changed a little. The entire void of the human realm seemed to have been infiltrated by something extremely powerful. His eyes flickered slightly, and he saw that in the sky of the human world, there seemed to be an endless amount of insects mixed in the power of the human world. Not only were these insects invisible to the naked eye, but they could also not be sensed by magic power and spirit. In an instant, these insects were mixed in the power of the human realm and spread to the bodies of many living beings, hiding in the depths of their minds. Gu Chansha casually looked at a person and found that there were 3 insects in his body. These 3 insects didn't cause any harm to the body and cultivation, but they were constantly transmitting the information of the person to the heavenly court. The heavenly court obtained the information of the person's good and evil, thoughts, and so on. The heavenly sovereign is indeed powerful. After stabilizing the human realm, he quickly advanced and refined this thing called the 3 corpses God. This thing is formless and incorporeal. It accompanies everyone's body and mind and monitors everything. In the past, the door god, toilet god, and mirror god were monitoring every household. But now, these 3 corpses gods are monitoring everyone's mind. If my Dragonless Heart Sutra allows all living beings to completely break the shackles of the mind and obtain great freedom, then the Emperor of Heaven's Tao is completely on the extreme side of mine. He is using extreme supervision to greatly restrict the freedom of all living beings. Even their minds can't run wild, or else they will suffer in the reincarnation cycle. This Tao is so extreme that it's simply unimaginable. Gu Chansha looked at the changes in the human realm and shook his head, but with the Emperor of Heaven's changes, My Dragonless Heart Sutra can also produce new changes. Anyone who cultivates my Dragonless Heart Sutra can sever the 3 corpses in their body, escape the supervision, and obtain freedom. The more the heavenly court does this, the greater the backlash will be. Everyone's mind values freedom, and this freedom cannot be erased. With the Emperor of Heaven's actions, even Heavenly Queen Hongling Sand will be disloyal. Gu Qinsha had been following the Hongling Sand all along. The Hongling Sand had already comprehended the true essence of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and when the human realm changed, she also felt something strange. The Emperor of Heaven is actually monitoring everyone's mind. The Hongling Sand said, "Everyone, be careful. The human realm is changing again. 3 worms have appeared in the human realm's red dust energy, and these 3 worms have infiltrated people's bodies to monitor their minds. This is no small matter. Even heavenly primordial cultivators can't resist it. But as long as you cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, you can rely on the power of the Dragonless Heart Sutra to resist the invasion of the 3 worms and even kill them. The heavenly court is really vicious. Monitoring every household is not enough, but monitoring everyone's mind. He even had to monitor everyone's hearts. This was simply perverted. He's insane. A heavenly primordial cultivator hurriedly used the Dragonless Heart Sutra and felt as if there was indeed something hiding in his body. But as he used the Dragonless Heart Sutra, these things were either expelled or destroyed in his body. This thing is called 3 corpses gods. The Hongling Sand said, "Just now, I silently used the Dragonless Heart Sutra to monitor heaven and earth and obtained a lot of information. These 3 corpses gods are transformed by the Emperor of Heaven and are used to strengthen his rule over the human realm. We cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra and can resist it, but some people with mutated source don't cultivate it and will probably show their forms. Then this is our chance." Ancestor Hong Yin said, "Daughter, I know you want to subdue that Gu Daoxian, but his cultivation is extremely strong. Even if you cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, you probably won't be his match." That might not be the case. The Hongling Sand said, "I calculated, if Gu Daoxian uses his full power, his power is probably tens of thousands of yuan, or even 100,000 yuan. That is the power of tens of thousands of worlds combined, and I cultivate the Dragonless Heart Sutra, stimulating my own spirit power and growing day and night. Now, it is only a few hundred yuan or 1,000 yuan, 100 times weaker than Gu Daoxian. But as long as I obtain a large number of sacrifices and use the Dragonless Heart Sutra to extract immortality from the sacrifices, very quickly it will grow to dozens of times or even 100 times. Once the Dragonless Heart Sutra is completed, it is like a cup turning into an ocean. But right now, the ocean is dry, so we just need to pour seawater into it. The seawater is the power of the sacrifices. Under these circumstances, the supervision of the heavenly court is getting stricter and stricter. How can we gather the sacrifices? Asked a heavenly longevity realm expert. I can already sense the existence of that Gu Daoxian. He can't wait any longer. The Hongling Sand said, "Let's go. Let's see how he turns the world upside down." This time, the Celestial Arch used the 3 corpses deity to monitor the world. Although it is an extremely powerful method, it will also cause a backlash from all living beings. No living being wants to have the 3 corpses deity constantly monitoring them, especially cultivators who must keep their hearts pure. There are also many people with mutated sources who are restless. "Then let's go and take a look," said Ancestor Hong Yin. Under the lead of the Hongling Sand, the group of people went to another place in the human realm. At this time, Gu Qinsha also naturally followed behind. This group of people moved as fast as lightning, teleporting in an instant. The Hongling Sand activated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and it circulated freely in the human realm. Not long after, the Hongling Sand arrived at a brand new land. This brand new land seemed to have not been ruled by the Great Hong Dynasty, which meant that it was still outside of civilization. There were no new countries here, and there were some idle commoners everywhere. However, These commoners were all worshipping a black and white god, and this black and white god was Gu Daoxian. When Gu Daoxian appeared, his appearance was that of a black and white youth. Chapter 961. The Tao Immortals Rebellion. Chapter 958. The Tao Immortals Rebellion. We miscalculated this time. We follow that piece of trash, Gu Daoxian. There was a group of experts here, led by Yuan Gu, Subhuto, and Do Sheng. There were also hundreds and thousands of celestial longevity realm cultivators. These people were all Gu Daoxian's subordinates. Yuan Gu, Subhuto, and Do Sheng had wanted to borrow Gu Daoxian's power to establish a new foundation. They hadn't expected that Gu Daoxian would be defeated by Gu Qinsha and then become like a stray dog, hiding in the mortal world, not daring to show his face. Yuan Gu, Subhuto, and Do Sheng, who wanted to benefit from this chaotic world, were greatly disappointed. Gu Daoxian was in seclusion, and the three of them began to communicate spiritually. We've followed Gu Daoxian for so long, but our cultivation hasn't increased at all. Damn it! Yuan Gu was furious. Do Sheng's expression was dark. This person is like a second-long Xiangtian. He has a mutated essence, but he's ended up in such a cowardly state. He'll probably die without a burial soon. I think we should join the Heavenly Court. I thought that the Emperor Heaven of the Heavenly Court would follow the rules of fate, and that even if we joined the Heavenly Court, we'd still end up in a miserable state. I didn't expect that the Emperor Heaven would actually start a reform and even set up a reform department. In a single leap, the Dharma Saint has become a powerful heavenly king of reform, and he's getting stronger and stronger. 10,000 years ago, the Dharma Saint was nothing to us, but now he's far surpassed us. Are we going to join him? It's not a bad idea to join him, Subhuto said. He controls the reform department, and after painstakingly managing it, his gains are greater than anyone else's. In fact, his influence in the Heavenly Court has already surpassed that of the Sun Moon Master, Hua Mingsha. We still have an advantage if we join the reform department. We can use Gu Daoxian's secrets as an exchange, and we can even use Do Yu's secrets as an exchange. We can even use these 2 points to obtain a great deal of merit, and then exchange them for merit rings from the Heavenly Court's Han Yuan Heaven list to increase our power. This is the right path. Do Sheng didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation when talking about betraying his daughter. There is no benefit in relying on Gu Qinsha's side. Now, many experts in the eternal world can't comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra. They can only enter the human world to find an opportunity, so following Gu Qinsha is not a good choice. We're going to communicate with the Heavenly Court now? Contact the Dharma Saint? Yuan Gu said, although we are following this Gu Daoxian, in reality, we also have connections with the Heavenly Court. We can betray them at any time. I think this Gu Daoxian is not far from rebelling. Buzz, just as Yuan Gu was speaking, a huge mind wave shocked everyone present. This was the spirit power of the ancient Tao Immortal. The Emperor of Heaven is going against the grain, actually placing the 3 corpses divine bug in the human realm to monitor people's hearts. This action will definitely bring about a great calamity and backlash. I will follow the will of the people and immediately rebel against the Heavenly Court. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We will begin to expand, attack cities and seize land in the human realm, subdue all living things, and gather faith, said Gu Daoxian's voice. He was starting a rebellion, but he was not directly attacking the Heavenly Court. That would be meaningless. Attacking cities and seize land in the human realm, subduing all living things, gathering resources, and offering sacrifices would allow him to develop and grow in an instant. This was especially so with Gu Daoxian's strength. Within a few hours, he would probably be able to make trillions or even trillions of living things offer sacrifices to him and curse the Heavenly Court. This would cause great damage to the Heavenly Court. Gu Daoxian gave the order, and instantly, an endless amount of light erupted forth, covering everything. After that, the light continued to squirm and spread out. Wherever it reached, the living creatures and commoners would abandon everything and started to worship the black and white young man, Gu Daoxian. As they offered sacrifices to the black and white young man, Gu Daoxian, they also cursed the heavenly court, the Emperor of Heaven, and even the gods. This curse spread into the sky, polluting the stars, the sun, and the moon. At that moment, anyone in the human realm could see that in the sky high above, it was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling, and the world was turning upside down. After all, Gu Daoxian was the owner of the largest mutated source. Once he rebelled against the heavenly court, it would indeed be world-shaking. Gu Daoxian's attack instantly caused many hidden experts to become restless. It's time to plunder without restraint. In the other world, Lu Chansha, Jining Sha, and the others activated the Dragonless Heart Sutra and shrank the other world once again. With a violent tremor, they descended into the human realm, also wanting to fish in troubled waters. The Emperor of Heaven has actually created such a terrifying existence as the Three Corpses God. It enters people's hearts, and every thought in people's hearts will immediately be reported by the Three Corpses God to the heavenly court. It really is as if with a thought, all the ghosts and gods in the world will know. This kind of action can indeed strengthen the authority of the heavenly court to the limit, but it will also cause a strong backlash from all living things. It will also easily cause the Dragonless Heart Sutra to spread. When the Dragonless Heart Sutra is cultivated to a profound level, one can slay the three corpses and exterminate the three pests. Jining Sha said, I think with such a big movement, the other people who reincarnated from the mutated source will also awaken. When Gu Chansha used the Dragonless Heart Sutra to devour the human realm and the heavenly court, the mutated source fell again. Although there was no one as big as Gu Daoxian's, there were still some that were relatively big. There were even a few mutated source that were about half the size of Gu Daoxian's, which was more than 50 times the size of Long Xiangtian's. If such a huge mutated source fell into someone's hands, that person's strength would also be extremely tyrannical. He would definitely be able to cause chaos in the world and shake the heavenly court. In the future, even the chaotic demonic god Ape could cause chaos in the heavenly court. Now, even people of the level of Long Xiangtian were much more powerful than the chaotic demonic god Ape. Not to mention Gu Daoxian, who was 100 times more powerful than Long Xiangtian. If calculated, Gu Daoxian was at least equivalent to more than 10,000 chaotic demonic god apes. Thinking about it, in the future, it was not just one chaotic demonic god ape wreaking havoc in the heavenly court, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Perhaps the Emperor of Heaven would have a headache. This point, whether it was Jining Sha or Lu Chansha, they both knew clearly. Gu Daoxian's rebellion is still secondary. The Emperor of Heaven should have enough confidence to suppress it now. But if all the people of the mutated source rebelled, things will be more troublesome. Not only that, Gu Chansha is also watching. The Emperor of Heaven is not afraid of any people of the mutated source, but he is afraid of Gu Chansha, afraid of the eternal world. If he is distracted while suppressing the rebellion, he may even be taken advantage of by Gu Chansha. Jining Sha said again, no matter what, as long as the human realm is in chaos, it will be our opportunity. We can take the opportunity to collect sacrifices, strengthen our cultivation, and prepare for the future calamity. Then there is one more thing. Yin Nisha asked, if this time Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven fight, who should we help? Of course it's Gu Chansha, Jining Sha said. In short, Gu Chansha is in power, so he can tolerate our otherworldly realm. Moreover, he was the one who gave us the word otherworldly realm. Him giving us this word represents endless fate, allowing us to wander outside of any power. Now we will follow that Gu Daoxian's rebellion and get sacrifices first. After the otherworldly realm entered the human realm, it immediately began to expand. There were many countries, cities, and continents in the mortal world that didn't have any experts. It was very easy for these people to subdue them. They just had to activate their magic power to envelop the surroundings, and they would be able to change the faith of all the continents and worship them. The otherworldly realm was like this, and so was the ancient Tao immortal. Gu Daoxian actually made a move. Not bad, not bad. In many corners of the human realm, many experts looked up at the sky. These experts were far beyond sky origin and could see the human realm, the heavenly court, and even many other worlds. Haha, my chance is here. The world is in chaos, and the human realm is so fertile. It's time for me, Xiao Wansha, to start a great undertaking. A huge aura spread out from his body, and it was actually about 10 times that of Long Xiangtian. I, Yuang Sha, also need to start collecting sacrificial power to strengthen myself. An even stronger person who had obtained the mutated source also started to invade the human realm. Chu Wu Sha, Nyeshuan Sha, let's work together and directly rule the human realm. The human realm is so huge, and there are so many living beings. In an instant, we can produce a large number of sacrifices. We can refine the immortality from there, and then we can create a treasure as strong as the heavenly court. Yes, Brother Yin, let's work together and use the dragonless technique to refine immortality. The immortality we refine is definitely not below the heavenly court. We can also build the heavenly court and even capture and refine the Emperor of Heaven. Then what about Gu Daoxian? Gu Daoxian has great ambitions, but little talent. He obtained the source, but he doesn't know how to use it, and he doesn't even know how to lie dormant. He will definitely die, and there's no chance of luck. Since he can't control the mutated source, then we'll control it. Right? If we use the dragonless technique to refine immortality, then that Gu Chansha will probably take advantage of it. Since ancient times, refining immortality from sacrifices has been the most profound secret technique, and it hasn't even appeared before. A few decades ago, the celestial sovereign realm was the peak of the world, but how could a celestial sovereign know how to refine immortality? Tian Shou doesn't know either. If Tian Shou knew how to refine immortality, then he wouldn't have been destroyed along with the world. Instead, he wouldn't be destroyed even if the world was destroyed. That's why the dragonless technique is the best method to refine immortality. It's also the only method, unless someone is truly talented and bold enough to create a technique that can rival the dragonless technique. The dragonless technique contains truth. After anyone cultivates it, they'll be able to gain enlightenment from it. That's why we definitely won't be controlled by Gu Chansha when we cultivate the dragonless technique. If the dragonless technique is used to control people, then it wouldn't be the truth. The truth is that anyone can use it, regardless of whether it's good or evil. If it's a technique with a standpoint, then it wouldn't be the truth. Chapter 962, Chaos in the Human World. Chapter 959, Chaos in the Human World. The human world is in chaos. Gu Chench's clone followed behind the feather sand and observed the situation. He realized that as Gu Daoxian rebelled against the heavenly court, the entire human world was getting restless. Many experts began to attack cities, plunder lands, and gather resources for sacrifices. The heavenly court, which had been on the verge of unifying the human world, began to retreat. Many of the god spirits in the heavenly court and the Yin gods in the underworld were interfering with the human world, strengthening their rule. Everyone felt like the gods were watching them. Only by sincerely offering sacrifices to the heavenly court would they not do anything out of line or out of line. But now there were so many experts stirring up chaos in the human world, killing so many Yin gods that the heavenly court lost control. But this was inevitable. The 3 corpse gods that the Emperor of Heaven had created were just too freakish. They wanted to control the hearts of all living beings, and in their subconscious, all sorts of dissatisfaction would form, which would eventually lead to a tribulation. The Emperor of Heaven is very powerful. He predicted this long ago. He knew that creating the 3 corpse gods would lead to a backlash from all living beings. This backlash will be very powerful, but if he survives this tribulation, his power will increase. He might even reach the 8th level of immortal, the undecaying level. He'll be on the same level as me. At that time, it will be very difficult for me to suppress him. Gu Chunsha analyzed. But, more importantly, the Emperor of Heaven can survive this tribulation. This tribulation is no small matter. Putting aside Gu Daoxian, there are at least 100 experts who are 10 times stronger than the dragon ascending sky. This isn't some chaotic world, demonic ape god tribulation. It's like tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of chaotic world, demonic ape gods exploding together. It's even more terrifying. Gu Qinsha didn't think much of the Emperor of Heaven, because there were many people who had obtained mutant essence. There was no one in the heavenly court who could fight against Gu Daoxian. Of course, without his threat, the Emperor of Heaven would still have a great chance to suppress this rebellion and take all these mutated sources for himself. But now he was definitely not going to let Emperor of Heaven easily pacify the rebellion. In fact, Gu Chansha might even seize this opportunity to suppress Emperor of Heaven in the heavenly court. As a matter of fact, if Gu Chansha were to go all out and activate the power of the everlasting realm in himself, there was an 80% chance that he could suppress the Emperor of Heaven. However, in such a great battle, it was unknown how many living beings would perish and how many worlds would be completely destroyed. The human world would definitely collapse and disintegrate. The last thing Gu Chansha wanted was for this to happen. Another point was that if he and the Emperor of Heaven fought, it was very likely that the entanglement between the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian would be triggered and collapse, and then a terrifying thing would be born. After this terrifying thing was born, if it took advantage of the battle between Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven to attack, it was likely that even Gu Chansha would find it hard to continue and would die without a burial. If Gu Chansha wanted to deal with this terrifying thing steadily, the best way was to make the Emperor of Heaven surrender himself and completely rely on him. Then, the Dragonless Mantra would truly obtain the recognition of all living beings. He would manage the heaven and earth and become a dragonless sovereign. Then, he would comprehend the 9th level of the immortal realm, the immortal realm. At that time, he would be able to deal with that terrifying thing. Finally, as long as he devoured and refined that terrifying thing, he would truly be able to establish an unprecedented immortal era and complete the final evolution of the Dragonless Mantra. He might even be able to make the Dragonless Mantra surpass the 9th level and reach the 10th level. As for what the 10th level of the Dragonless Mantra was, Gu Qinsha didn't know. He didn't even have a way to name it. In the heavenly court, as the human realm was filled with flames of war, the Emperor of Heaven also urgently called for a meeting. All the gods of the heavenly court were present in the main hall. It was obvious that some of them were panicking, especially the Great Spirit God. His eyes were darting around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Your Majesty, this time, some of the people who obtained the variant origin sources led by Gu Daoxian have gone against the law and started a rebellion. This is simply unforgivable. The urgent matter at hand is to immediately exterminate those people who obtained the variant origin sources. Zhang Ziren, the ruler of the human realm, was very anxious. The turmoil in the human realm was very damaging to him. He was also undergoing a kind of secret cultivation in an attempt to completely control the human realm. At that time, even the Emperor of Heaven wouldn't be able to do anything to him. This time, all the people with variant origin sources have appeared and thrown the human realm into chaos. This is a predestined fate. The Emperor of Heaven was very calm. This is also your chance. During the battle, you could devour those variant origin sources and improve your cultivation. Your Majesty, but we are far from being a match for those who obtain the variant origin sources. The Great Spirit God said. That's right. The Dharma Saint glanced at the Great Spirit God. Your Majesty, all of the experts in the heavenly court are currently unable to deal with those who obtain the variant origin sources. If these people join forces, only Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, can personally deal with these rebels. Rest assured, the Emperor of Heaven said, naturally, we will personally take action and exterminate these rebels. What you need to do now is to stabilize the situation and offer sacrifices with all your heart. pour all your sacrificial power into the primordial chaos heaven list. Then, the heavenly court will obtain your sacrificial power and use it to create an immortal power to sweep through the human realm. When the rebels are swept away, the primordial chaos heaven list will show your merits. As long as the gods of the heavenly court are united, no one will be able to stop us. Of course, if you all have ulterior motives, the primordial chaos heaven list will also show you. At that time, we will use the might of thunder to exterminate you. This is a critical time. If you are still not sincere, we will not be able to keep you alive. The great spirit god sweated profusely when he heard this, and he trembled with fear. Your Majesty, Yuan Gu, Pu Ta, and Do Sheng, as well as 100 celestial longevity realm figures, have already pledged their allegiance to our reform department, the Dharma Saint said. Very good. These three originally followed Gu Daoxian, and their crimes were unforgivable. But now, they have actually abandoned the darkness for the light, the Emperor of Heaven said. In that case, we will summon them. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven waved his hand. Instantly, Yuan Gu, Pu Tuo, and Do Sheng appeared in the palace. They prostrated themselves on the ground. These sinners kowtow in salute to Emperor of Heaven. Rise. In the past, you were unwilling to pledge allegiance to the heavenly court. That was understandable, as you were afraid that there would be no place for you in the heavenly court. But now that you have seen that we have established a reform department, you have immediately come to pledge allegiance. That is understandable. Still, you have committed sins, so we will not reward you. You can return to the rule of the heavenly court of reforms. The Emperor of Heaven said, in this battle, if you are able to wholeheartedly contribute to the heavenly court, your path to ascension will be swift. We can guarantee that you will also obtain everlasting. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yuan Gu, Pu Tuo, and Do Sheng repeatedly kowtowed. Then everyone, please take your places. Begin the sacrifices. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand. Yes, your subjects obey Your Majesty. Immediately, all the subjects returned to their positions and began to pray with all their hearts. No one dared to play any tricks. Even the great spirit god could only force himself to wholeheartedly offer sacrifices to the heavenly court. He knew that if he did not wholeheartedly offer sacrifices, he would definitely be abolished by the Emperor of Heaven, or even killed. His fate would be extremely miserable. In an instant, the God world, the mortal world, demon world, Yao world, and the stars of the heavenly court, as well as the many immortal officials and divine generals, all began to offer sacrifices. This was the great sacrifice of the heavenly court. In the midst of the great sacrifice, an unparalleled power was immediately injected into the primordious heaven list above the primordious sky pillar of the heavenly court. Rumble. The primordious heaven list immediately began to shine brightly. Boundless radiance shot out, forming an enormous power that instantly spread throughout the mortal world. Crack! Crack! The power of the mortal world surged violently. The power of the mortal world simply reached an extreme. The mortal world surged, and the desires of lust overflowed. All those who had cultivated to the 20th transformation of the Tao realm, gathering and dispersing impermanence, were immediately contaminated by the power of the mortal world. All their magic power was stripped away, and they fell into the cycle of reincarnation. The mortal world is boundless. The 5 skandhas are all bewildered. Where the mortal world goes, heaven and earth are invincible. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven's body suddenly moved. He actually entered the depths of the primordious heaven list. The power of the primordious heaven list increased once more. It expanded outwards, covering almost every place in the mortal world. The sacrificial power extracted from it was not an immortal substance, but was transformed into the power of the mortal world. Guqinsha, your Dragonless Heart Sutra emphasizes that everyone's mind is free and free. If you comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra, then you don't even need anything to exist in order to live forever. But I do the exact opposite. Humans will never have freedom. They will always be supervised and bound. Only order and supervision can exist eternally. I have already comprehended the true secret technique that surpasses the Dragonless Heart Sutra. The Emperor of Heavens will revolve the primordious heaven list. He didn't do anything, but the power of the mortal world had already increased by 1,000 times. The desires of the mortal world had also increased by 1,000 times. Not good. In many places in the mortal world, there were some hidden Empyreans, heavenly lifespan, and even heavenly primal powerhouses. They only felt the massive power of the mortal world invading them. A Empyrean powerhouse had the appearance of a young man. But suddenly, filth appeared all over his body. It was indescribably smelly. His magic power was rapidly drained, and the various powers in his body collapsed. It was as if he was being corroded by an unstoppable power. In just 10 breaths of time, this Empyrean powerhouse's body festered. His magic power dissipated and merged with the mortal world. Then, a wisp of his true spirit entered the underworld to receive punishment. We were also being corroded by the power of the mortal world. Why did the power of the mortal world become so strong in an instant? Ancestor Hong Yun and the others were in extreme pain. Their bodies were covered in a lot of filth. They were still bitterly circulating the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but it was to no avail. Only Hongling Sha's expression didn't change. She had also cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra to the extreme. It's not that the Dragonless Heart Sutra can't withstand it. It's just that your Dragonless Heart Sutra hasn't reached the level of self-sufficiency. The Hongling sand circulated its cultivation, instantly alleviating the pain of this group of people. This is our chance. If the Emperor of Heaven acts like this, I can attack Gu Daoxian. Chapter 963. Chapter 960. Freedom Flower. Chapter 960. Freedom Flower. This is the 5 decays of Deva, said the Great Feather Sand. The Grand Plume Sand said, the Celestial Emperor has reached the end of his path. He has also comprehended a mental cultivation method that is completely opposite of Gu Chench's. It is to control all living beings to the extreme. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of all living beings, everything is under his control. All lives belong to him. This is his Tao. Everything is under his control. Gu Daoxian can resist the power of the mortal world, but he'll be suppressed to the extreme. As the power of the mortal world erodes, the experts hidden in the mortal world will be eroded, their cultivation stripped away, and sent into reincarnation. This will increase the strength of the heavenly court and the mortal world. Ancestor Hong Yun said, in this way, the rebellion of these people won't be able to do anything. Yes, Gu Daoxian can resist the power of the mortal world, but it's hard to say what will happen to the others. The Great Feather Sand said, this is our chance. Then we'll deal with the others first? Ancestor Hong Yun said, keep an eye on Gu Daoxian. The others can't even take care of themselves right now. Gu Daoxian will definitely devour them one by one. We'll take advantage of him. The Great Feather Sand said, now that the situation is chaotic, it's a good thing for me. The Emperor of Heaven is using the power of the mortal world, so he won't have time to care about me. Daughter, your strength seems to be increasing with every breath. Is the dragonless mental cultivation method so terrifying? Ancestor Hong Yun realized that the Great Feather Sand's strength had become unfathomable. Yes, after the dragonless mental cultivation method is completed, I just need to keep using it to develop the power of my spirit. In the mortal world, I can even steal the spirits and sacrifices of all living beings. Even if they don't sacrifice to me, but to the heavenly court, I can steal some of them and fuse them with my own spirit, making my spirit more complete and vast. The human realm is a good place. Hong Ling Sha said, there's actually such a powerful ability after mastering the dragonless mental cultivation method. Many people were shocked. Then can Gu Chensha also steal the heavenly court's sacrificial offerings? Gu Chensha has already broken away from this category. His realm is far above mine. I don't even know what realm he is in. He will no longer steal the power of the sacrificial offerings. If he wants to take action, he will directly devour the entire human realm, or even the heaven court. Of course, the word devour cannot be used to describe it. The great Feather Sand said, he is wrapped in the Dragonless Heart Sutra, removing all kinds of restraints, allowing everyone to obtain great freedom and freedom. Gu Daoxian has moved. I'll follow him first. The great Feather Sand said, this is a magical symbol created by my Dragonless Heart Sutra. Once you activate it, you will be able to resist the power of the mortal world. You will immediately establish your territory, gather the sacrificial offerings, and offer them to this talisman. That way, you will be able to provide me with an endless supply of power to create a deathless item. Gu Chansha established the everlasting world, and the Emperor Heaven established the heavenly court. In fact, some of the people who obtained mutant essence created otherworldly worlds. Follow the instructions on my talisman and create a flower. This flower is called the Flower of Freedom. For now, it can rival the heavenly court, and in the future, it can even surpass it. As she spoke, a talisman appeared on the great Feather Sand body. This was the manifestation of her enlightenment of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and inside of the talisman was a flower. As long as the talisman was filled with sacrificial offerings, it would be able to continuously produce deathless substances, which would allow the flower to grow stronger. Even more amazing was that the flower and the talisman could absorb the power of the mortal world and use it as sustenance, transforming it into deathless substances. The power of the mortal world is something that all cultivators avoid, the great Feather Sand said. But for someone like me, who has comprehended the essence of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, it is like fertile soil. From it, a pure white flower of freedom can be born. At the same time, a flower of freedom will appear above your heads, which will protect you from the harm of the mortal world. You will also be able to receive the help of the mortal world. Sure enough, everyone, including Patriarch Han Yun, poured their sacrificial offerings into the flower of freedom. Next, a small flower of freedom appeared above their heads, which rotated and absorbed the power of the mortal world around them, transforming it into deathless substances, which were then poured into the main body of the flower of freedom. The mortal world is filled with flowers of freedom, the great Feather Sand said. The grand Feather Sand said, now that I've comprehended this transformation of the Dragonless Mantra, it's enough for me to contend against any expert. I have created the main body of the flower of freedom. As long as people sincerely pray to the main body, they will be able to obtain a small flower of freedom. They will not be harmed. They will not be blessed by the myriad of tribulations, and the three corpses of the mortal world will not invade their hearts. They will never fall, and they will never be reincarnated. They will become deathless. Gu Chensha created the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but he didn't think of this. I am the one who brought the Dragonless Heart Sutra to greater heights, and I can even surpass Gu Chensha. After all, Gu Chensha only created the Dragonless Heart Sutra, while I am the one who pushed it to the peak. So, we can even subdue Gu Chensha in the future. A small flower of freedom appeared above Patriarch Hongyun's head, and he immediately felt very comfortable. He could move freely in the mortal world. If I subdue Gu Daoxian and the others, and subdue all the people with the variant source, then subdue the mortal world and the Emperor of Heaven, I can surpass Gu Chensha. If I subdue Gu Daoxian and the others, and subdue all the people with the variant source, then subdue the mortal world and the Emperor of Heaven, then I can surpass Gu Chensha. The highest realm of the Dragonless Heart Sutra that he couldn't comprehend, I can comprehend it, and the realm that he couldn't reach, I can also reach it. The Honyuan Feather Sand said, now that I have this flower of freedom, I can start to operate in the mortal world. In a few days, my strength will increase by a lot again. While speaking, the Honyuan Feather Sand disappeared. It was unknown who it was looking for. Not bad. This Honyuan Feather Sand actually comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra to such a powerful realm, and evolved the transformation of the Flower of Freedom. Not bad. Not bad. Worthy of being the new Heaven Empress. However, this is going against the plan of the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Chunsha saw all of this, and he once again comprehended some new principles from the transformation of the Hongyun feather sand. However, the Hongyun feather sand was originally a test subject, and Gu Chunsha was actually using her as a test subject. Now that she had comprehended the core transformation of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, Gu Chunsha's experiment was gradually approaching perfection. Whoosh! Gu Chunsha followed the Hongyun feather sand, and he wanted to carefully observe this test subject. Occasionally, he would even secretly make a move to perfect this test subject. Moreover, Gu Chunsha also knew that the Emperor of Heaven was also observing the Hongyun feather sand. The Emperor of Heaven would also make a move to mold the Hongyun feather sand at the crucial moment. The Hongyun feather sand had become a key figure in the battle between the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Chunsha. The significance of this battle was very far-reaching. If the Emperor of Heaven succeeded in subduing the Hongyun feather sand, then Gu Chunsha would be at a disadvantage. If the Hongyun feather sand eventually comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra and walked on the path of spiritual freedom, he might not even need to rely on Gu Chunsha, and the Emperor of Heaven would be in imminent danger. In this battle, Gu Chunsha had the upper hand. This was because his strength was much higher than the Emperor of Heaven. Even if the Hongyun feather sand was changed by the Emperor of Heaven and became the Heaven Empress, Gu Chunsha would only be at a disadvantage. It was also impossible for the Emperor of Heaven to defeat him. Gu Chunsha still had various methods to turn the tables. Therefore, Gu Chunsha had nothing to fear. Moreover, the Hongyun feather sand had comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra and the Freedom Flower. This had given Gu Chunsha a lot of inspiration. His cultivation would definitely improve in the future. The Hongyun feather sand's body was constantly flashing, shuttling through various places in the human realm. The human realm was huge. Let alone a heavenly venerable, even a heaven primordial expert would be like a drop of water in the vast ocean. However, the Hongyun feather sand's cultivation at this moment was not a drop of water, but a giant whale, primordial dragon. It could swim unhindered in the ocean, and no one could do anything to it. This woman's strength is growing with every breath. Gu Chunsha watched as the Hongyun feather sand landed in a country. This country did not belong to the heavenly court, but to another trader, Xiaowansha. As soon as the Hongyun feather sand landed in the country, he saw an enormous capital city. Numerous commoners were offering sacrifices to the other trader, the one who had obtained the mutant essence, Xiaowansha. Damn it, the red dust energy of the human realm is getting stronger and stronger. It's constantly corroding my body. Even my mutant essence is having a hard time resisting it. In the imperial palace of the capital city, Xiaowansha was currently in the middle of cultivation. In front of him was a pond that was filled with the power of sacrifices. He was preparing to extract deathless power from the depths of the sacrificial power, but the red dust energy around him was constantly corroding him. Even deathless power was beginning to rot away. The Emperor of Heaven is far stronger than I expected. Even the deathless I extracted can't block the red dust energy. Xiaowansha was getting very nervous. What do I do? What do I do? I thought I could take advantage of the chaos to get stronger. But now I'm on the verge of collapse. It seems Gu Chunsha of Everworld has divided the deathless level into 9 levels, which means that the Emperor of Heaven has reached the 7th level, the true deathless level. Even someone who has reached the 6th level of deathless won't be able to block the red dust energy he creates. Only someone who has reached the 7th level of deathless can block it. Xiaowansha suddenly gained enlightenment. No, at this point a voice rang out. Even if you reach the 7th level of deathless, you won't be able to block the red dust energy. The Emperor of Heaven is no longer the Emperor of Heaven you were destined to be in the future. Instead, he's the evolved Emperor of Heaven. He's advancing to the 8th level of deathless. That's why you need to reach the 8th level of deathless. That's the only way you can truly block the corrosion of the red dust energy. Who's there? Xiaowansha blurted out in shock. Join me, and I'll give you a way to block the corrosion of the red dust energy, said the Hongyun feather sand. Chapter 964. Bizarre. Chapter 961. Bizarre. How dare you? When Yawansha saw the feathers in, she laughed viciously. Who are you? How dare you act so impudently in front of me? It seems you're able to resist the corrosive power of the red dust. In that case, I'll capture you. I'll force you to tell me how you can resist the power of the red dust. Crackle. Yawansha waved her hand, unleashing a consummate technique she had comprehended. Myriad Sand Annihilation Hand. In the blink of an eye, a river of eternal sand appeared, each grain of sand seeming to contain a world of life and death. The cycle of life and death was unpredictable, and within it appeared the various heavens, the legion of gods, the legion of devils, and all sorts of other existences, both tangible and intangible. Next, the waves of the river formed a giant hand that reached out to grab the feathers in. You really are stubborn. Another flower appeared on the feather sand's body. This flower was none other than the freedom flower. As soon as the flower appeared, it blossomed, and the myriad sand annihilation hand was sucked into it. Xiaowansha was shocked. What kind of cultivation base is this? You're clearly weaker than me, but there's nothing I can do about it. Submit or not. If not, then die. The feathers didn't have the time to explain things to Xiaowansha. She flicked her finger, and a freedom flower spun out, radiating boundless light that enveloped Xiaowansha. You wretch! How dare you treat me like this? Either you die or I die. Xiaowansha's body shrank down, transforming into a fist-sized ball of light. It spun rapidly, then compressed to its limit, then exploded. Rumble. It was as if 1,000 worlds had been destroyed at the same time. The light of the freedom flower wavered, but the feathers didn't care. She waved her body, and the power of the freedom flower surged out like a tide, wrapping around her in layers, making it impossible for the lightning to break through. After the explosion, Xiaowansha once again reformed her body, but she looked much more listless than before. Clearly, she hadn't been able to escape. Give it to me. The Hongling Sand reached out and grabbed Xiaowansha's neck. In an instant, Xiaowansha's body was lifted up like a duck. He felt as if his body's mutation source was being extracted bit by bit, and he screamed in fear. Spare me, spare me. I'm willing to submit. Xiaowansha was scared out of her wits. Pray, sacrifice. The feather sand didn't plan on killing Xiaowansha, because a living Xiaowansha's sacrificial power would be far greater than directly absorbing the variant origin. Yes. Xiaowansha felt as if his life and death were in his hands. He did not dare to hesitate at all and immediately started to pray. Immediately, a massive wave of sacrificial power entered the freedom flower of the Hong feather sand. All right, you stay in my freedom flower. I will confer you the title of a guardian deity. The freedom flower on the top of the Hong feather sand's head spat out flames. Xiaowansha was bound by the flames, reduced to the size of an ant. He wandered around, praying, praising, becoming one of the Hong feather sand's protectors. After subduing Xiaowansha, the Hong feather sand's power increased greatly. Her aura was clearly different, and she moved even faster. The freedom flower activated, opening up a pure land in the human realm. Amazing. Gu Qinsha felt the changes in the dragonless cultivation method from the Hong feather sand's body and felt very pleased. This test subject was worth it. My next target is Yu King Sand. Just now, Xiaowansha's mutated source energy was equivalent to 10 long xiangtians. My next target, Yu King Sand, would be equivalent to 20 long xiangtians. After subduing it, my strength would increase. Chu Wusha, Nye Xuansha, these people's strength would be equivalent to 10 long xiangtians. After subduing all of them, I can subdue Gu Dao Immortal. As long as I subdue Gu Dao Immortal and absorb all of them into my Freedom Flower's flame, I can become the third force and fight against Gu Qinsha and Heaven Emperor, who would be the final victor in the future. After subduing Xiaowansha, the Hong Feather Sand's body flickered, and he appeared in another place. This place was a piece of land that King Yu Sand had created. It was extremely vast, and trillions of living beings were worshipping him. He was much stronger than Xiao Wansha, and he constantly circulated his power in an attempt to resist the erosion of the red dust power. I am invincible. Seal the red dust, condense the Tao fruit, and fight poison with poison. King Yu San's body trembled, and the red dust power that had invaded his body and soul began to condense into a fruit. This fruit was strange and dazzling, and contained the most vicious of corruptive powers. King Yu San had taken a different approach, condensing the red dust power into a Tao fruit, as if he was creating a powerful weapon to fight against the heavenly court. If he threw the concentrated red dust power into the heavenly court and suddenly exploded, many of the immortal officials in the heavenly court would immediately fall into the cycle of reincarnation. This Yu King San is much stronger than Xiao Wansha. He actually came up with such a method. Moreover, he comprehended the changes in his body and cultivated a method to fight poison with poison. He also seemed to have comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra and many other methods passed down from the heavenly court. Finally, he comprehended and created a new method. However, this method seems to be rather shallow and can't be passed down. You can only use it yourself. Hongling Sha waved his hand and directly appeared in front of Yu King San. You finally appeared? King Yu San saw the Hong Feather Sand and was not surprised. He had already sensed it. Oh! You actually know me? The Hong Feather Sand was a little surprised. I have a feeling and have comprehended many things. If I am not wrong, you should be the new Heaven Empress. The heavenly court has been established, and the Emperor Heaven's strength has reached the limit, and he has comprehended such a vicious thing as the Three Corpses God. However, the heavenly court is not yet complete, because the Heaven Empress is missing. King Yu San said, "You have comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra, but the Emperor Heaven still wants to subdue you. Everything you're doing now is actually a struggle between Gu Chansha and the Emperor Heaven. You can't escape your own fate." How do you know? The Hong Feather Sand's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Do you believe that I will immediately kill you if you say these words? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Of course, deep in your heart, you believe it. King Yu San laughed. However, do you want to escape your own fate? Of course I can escape my own fate. What Gu Chansha, what Emperor Heaven? None of them can control me. Sooner or later, I will make them my slaves. As for your alarmist talk, I can only quickly subdue you. The Hong Feather Sand was about to make her move. Wait, I can rely on you. I won't lose anything anyway. King Yu San said, I am looking forward to seeing you break away from the entanglement of the Emperor Heaven and Gu Chansha and establish your own world. Is that so? You are quite open-minded. Since that is the case, I will not make things difficult for you. You can worship me first and become one of the protectors of my flame. The Hong Feather Sand actually did not believe the words of the King Yu San. She threw out the freedom flower above her head, and with a slight brush, the King Yu San was also swept into the flower. The King Yu San actually did not resist and directly began to worship. The Hong Feather Sand had subdued Xiao Wansha and Yu Wansha, two people who had obtained the variant origin, and her strength had increased as if she had been reborn. She knew that even if she fought with Gu Daoxian now, she would not be at a disadvantage. However, she was not in a hurry. If Xiao Wansha and Yu Wansha were to be stripped of their variant origin and fused it with her, then the Hong Feather Sand's strength would increase explosively. However, this was a one-time deal and was far better than subduing the two of them and making them worship her. However, although the two of them could continuously increase her strength, it required time. Moreover, the Hong Feather Sand felt that there was definitely something wrong with the King Yu San. Although she had subdued him now, she was afraid that if there was any movement, he would rebel. Therefore, she had to use her Dragonless Heart Sutra to completely subdue him. The hearts of people are fickle and the hardest to subdue. Although he is dead set on you for a while, once the environment changes, he might immediately betray you. The Hong Feather Sand thought to herself, the Dragonless Heart Sutra can't be subdued either. Otherwise, that Gu Chincha's Dragonless Heart Sutra is much more profound than mine. Why did so many experts enter the human realm when he established the eternal world? Could it be that subduing the hearts of people is not the correct path? If Gu Chansha wanted to act, the entire human realm would probably fall into his hands. However, he did not do so. Could it be that he comprehended an even deeper transformation of the Dragonless Heart Sutra? No matter what, I have now subdued as many people who obtained the variant origin and gathered them together to become my guardian deities. Furthermore, I will use the power of their worship to refine more undying and finally break through to the undying realm. I will reach the level of undying and stand on equal footing with Gu Chansha, Emperor of Heaven, and become an undying realm. Just as she was about to continue, a few rays of light suddenly landed in front of her. Chu Wusha, Nye Shiwensha, Chu Hesha, Zhen Xiansha, Luo Xinsha, Jin Sangsha. We have come to pay our respects and pledge our allegiance to you. Some of the people who obtained the variant origin actually came out in groups and prostrated themselves in front of the Hong Feather Sand, saying that they had come to pledge their allegiance to her. The Hong Feather Sand was very puzzled. A sense of wariness immediately rose in her heart. Who actually ordered you to pledge your allegiance to me? We were not ordered by anyone. We just felt some danger. Even if we did not pledge our allegiance to you, you would still come looking for us and subdue us one by one. Am I right? Rather than that, why don't we directly pledge our allegiance to you? This way, we won't be taken advantage of when we fight. One of the men who wore a golden robe, Jin Sangsha, said, Chapter 965, Chu Wusha, Nye Shiwensha, Chu Hesha, Zhen Xiansha, Luo Xiansha, Jin Sangsha. All 6 of them had obtained the variant origin, and their strength was more than 10 times that of Long Xiangtian. Although they couldn't compare to Gu Daoxian, their combined strength far surpassed Gu Daoxian's. Now all of these people had come to join the Grand Plume Sand. Even the Grand Plume Sand himself was confused, because if these people joined forces and formed an alliance with sincerity, they would be a powerful force. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to them for now, because their combined power was several times that of the ancient Tao immortals. Of course, these people couldn't join forces with sincerity. It was normal for Emperor Heaven to take them down one by one. Not only that, they would fight amongst themselves, wanting to devour each other to strengthen themselves. However, under the immense pressure, they were still able to work together. For example, those people from Otherworld, Jining Sha, Yenisha, Lu Chan Sha, and the others were managing Otherworld well. They worked closely together, helped each other, cultivated, and worshipped. Slowly, more and more undying matter appeared and became stronger. It could be seen that if people worked together, the power they could unleash was huge. These people coming to join me is like a piece of fat meat. It would be a waste not to eat it. But if these people work together and pretend to join me, or are plotting against me, it will be hard for me to suppress them. Hongling Sha thought, this isn't a good thing. But if I reject them now, I will have to find them one by one to subdue. This doesn't seem like a good thing either. After thinking about it, the Hongling Sand reacted in an instant. What I want to do is to unify the world and suppress Gu Chansha and even the Celestial Emperor. Do I have to be afraid of such a small thing? If I am afraid of such a small thing, then what is it? So, Hongling Sha said, Everyone, since you have joined me, then worship and become one with me. Be my protectors. Of course, Jin Sangsha said, We came to join you with no ulterior motives. We saw your potential, so we naturally have to offer our worship power to you. You have already cultivated the Dragonless Heart technique, so we will give you our worship power. The immortality you've refined will be able to resist the corrosion of the Emperor of Heaven's red dust power. So that's how it is. You're here to seek protection, but why don't you go and seek refuge with Gu Qinsha? Hongling Sha asked. If you rely on Gu Qinsha, you won't be able to obtain the power of sacrifice. Moreover, Gu Chansha doesn't seem to need any subordinates anymore. There won't be any benefits in following him. Many experts from the eternal world have also quietly come to the human world in an attempt to obtain opportunities. Jin Sangsha said, "As for the Emperor of Heaven, he's even more ambitious. The others can stay, but the Emperor of Heaven won't let us live. So, for the time being, Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven can't rely on each other. But now, the one who can fight against the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Chansha, isn't it you?" "Not bad, not bad. That makes sense." Hong Ling Sha laughed. "Indeed, according to your logic, you can only rely on me. After all, in the world, there aren't many who can completely comprehend the essence of the Dragonless Heart method. I'm the only one who doesn't have the same system as Gu Chansha. In that case, you can only rely on me. In that case, I have nothing more to say. In fact, even if you don't come to find me, I will find you. Thank you for taking me in." Shua. They all gathered together and turned into guardians. They went into the freedom flower on Hong Ling Sha's head and began to operate. Rumble. Hong Ling Sha now had Xiao Wan Sha, Yuang Sha, Chu Wu Sha, Nye Xuan Sha, Chu He Sha, Zhen Xian Sha, Luo Xan Sha, Jin Song Sha, Jin Song Sha. In total, there were 2 or 3 ancient Tao immortals and 203 dragonflying sky. In an instant, the enormous sacrifice had inflated the freedom flower like a balloon. Vaguely, the freedom flower actually had some of the aura of the eternal world and the heavenly court. Hong Ling Sha felt his cultivation skyrocket. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. As expected, the Emperor of Heaven wants to gather the experts of all worlds to sacrifice to him. With this kind of sacrifice, the speed at which the ageless power increases is shocking. Hong Ling Sha thought to himself, "Looks like I can subdue that ancient Tao immortal." At that moment, Jin Sangsha said from within the flames, "Lord Hong Ling Sha, now that we're all united, we can immediately subdue ancient Tao immortal. It's better to let ancient Tao immortal and the Emperor of Heaven fight to the death," Hong Ling Sha said. "Now that I've comprehended the Dragonless Heart method, I need to consolidate my cultivation before I do anything. Don't be in a hurry. Comprehend the Dragonless Heart method and create ageless. Come with me in the human world." Yes. This time, Jin Sangsha didn't object. This woman can really hold herself back. Gu Chansha looked at Hong Ling Sha's transformation, and he also saw so many people who had been reincarnated with variant original source submit to this woman. Normally, this woman should have subdued ancient Tao immortal in one go and immediately become equal to the Emperor of Heaven. But now, she had settled down and was preparing to accumulate power to complete her transformation. This showed that this woman deeply understood the workings of the universe, the principles of creation, life and death, karma and fate. This woman's comprehension of the Dragonless Heart method was becoming more and more profound. But Jin Sangsha and the others have submitted to me for no reason. I think there must be some deep influence behind it. These people are definitely not good people, and it won't be easy to subdue them. There must be some powerful existence behind them. Could it be the Emperor of Heaven? Gu Chansha secretly observed. Nothing could escape his discerning eyes. These people who had obtained variant original source were all extremely powerful. How could they have submitted to Hong Ling Sha for no reason? In the beginning, Gu Chansha thought that it was the Emperor of Heaven who was causing trouble. But after some calculations, he realized that the Emperor of Heaven didn't have such great power. The Emperor of Heaven is currently training hard in his heart method, creating the celestial court, and using the 3 corpses god to control the human world. At the same time, he is strengthening the power of the human world. If he had the means to subdue these people who obtain variant original source, he wouldn't have to go around in such a big circle. In the depths of Gu Chansha's mind, there was an immeasurable speed. Suddenly, many clues appeared in his mind. Gradually, there was a flash of inspiration, and he actually had some clues. If my guess is correct, there should be another powerful existence that has appeared. This powerful existence has already secretly controlled these people who have obtained variant original source. Think about it. These people who have obtained variant original source did not submit to me, nor did they submit to the Emperor of Heaven. Instead, they respectfully submitted to Hong Ling Sha according to the instructions of a certain existence. This means that in their hearts, that powerful existence is much more powerful than me and the Emperor of Heaven. Gu Qinsha calculated again. Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that terrifying thing has appeared? No. I feel that the heavenly Tao is still entangled with my father. Although it could collapse at any time, it still exists. That's right. That terrifying thing has already been nurtured. Although it has not yet been born, it may have already nurtured a will. This one may be hiding in the human realm and has begun to act in secret. At that moment, Gu Qinsha's mind suddenly became clear. That terrifying thing had already been born. He could not find it, nor could he calculate it. If he had not found some clues on Hong Ling Sha, he would have been deceived. However, the good thing was that this terrifying thing was very likely to only be a wisp of will. It could not harm the heavens and the earth. It had not truly been born. Even so, it was still very terrifying because Gu Qinsha could not sense the existence of this terrifying will. Moreover, after this terrifying will appeared, the situation became complicated. Originally, before the collapse of the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian, Gu Qinsha only needed to deal with the Emperor of Heaven and slowly subdue him. But now he had to face the will of the terrifying thing that could not be seen, touched, or calculated. As a result, Gu Qinsha felt that this was an unprecedented challenge. However, deep in his heart, he also let out a sigh of relief because the hanging swords had begun to fall to the ground. The words of the Emperor of Heaven were nothing in Gu Qinsha's eyes. If he was determined to destroy the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Qinsha was 80% sure that the Emperor of Heaven was afraid of that terrifying thing. However, once this terrifying thing was defeated, Gu Qinsha would no longer have any enemies or opponents. He would also completely transcend everything and reach a realm that no one could reach. Now, Gu Qinsha was eager to see what this terrifying thing's structure was, what realm it was at, and what mysteries it had. If he could see this thing, Gu Qinsha might be able to calculate the 9th level of the Dragonless Heart Sutra, the realm of invincible immortality. Although Gu Qinsha had already understood some of the secrets of the invincible immortality, he still needed some time to truly reach the 9th level of the invincible immortality. However, compared to the Emperor of Heaven, he was still much stronger. The grand plume sand settled down and began to cultivate. With every breath of time, her strength began to change dramatically. At the same time, the group of people she had brought with her from the eternal world also began to establish territories in the human realm, gathering living creatures and gathering sacrifices. Apart from that, these people who had been reincarnated from the mutant essence had also established their own countries. Now, all of them were in the Grand Plume Sand's pocket. In one fell swoop, the Grand Plume Sand became the greatest power in the human realm, in the territory of Gu Daoxian. At this moment, Gu Daoxian was in a terrible rage. Damn it, Yuan Gu, Pu Ta, Do Sheng, those 3 fence-sitters actually betrayed me and joined the heavenly court. Those 3 deserved to die. And those people who had obtained the mutant essence actually joined that woman called the Grand Plume Sand. That woman's cultivation base is now higher than mine. Gu Daoxian roared, but none of the people below dared to say anything. They were all trembling with fear. Chapter 966. Chapter 963. Attack the Celestial Court. Chapter 963. Attack the Celestial Court. Because the Emperor of Heaven had strengthened the power of the red dust in the human world, there were almost no experts left in the human world. Even those who had obtained mutated source power would find it difficult to resist, let alone ordinary experts. The human world had absorbed the power of so many experts who had fallen into the cycle of reincarnation, and it was expanding and expanding. Gu Daoxian could not protect his subordinates, and he had no other choice. The strongest of his subordinates was someone who could change size at will. This kind of person was pitifully weak. If it was not for the fact that he needed them to manage his huge empire and collect sacrifices and faith, Gu Daoxian would not be interested in these people at all. This is not a good thing. My power is increasing, and I'm collecting sacrifices to refine immortality. But the Emperor of Heaven's power is increasing much faster than mine, and the feather sand has already surpassed mine. If this goes on, I will fall into the hands of these people sooner or later, and I will never be able to reincarnate. Gu Daoxian's heart was actually as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not think of any way. Could it be that I have to cultivate that dragonless heart technique? It seems that this is the only way. That grand feather sand had cultivated the dragonless heart sutra, which was why it was able to resist the corrosion of the power of the mortal world and grow stronger. But for my pride, I will never cultivate that dragonless heart sutra. I want to comprehend my own heart sutra. Ever since Gu Daoxian had been born, he had looked down on Gu Chunsha from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would not cultivate that dragonless heart technique. He kept operating his own cultivation, try to refine the power of the red dust. But the power of the red dust wrapped around his body, constantly changing, it was not something he could expel or control. Therefore, he calculated, analyzed, and racked his brains. Unfortunately, with his intelligence, he could not comprehend a cultivation method that was on par with the dragonless heart technique. Damn it, that Gu Chinch's intelligence is so high. I don't believe it. I definitely don't believe that this person can reach this level. Even if I die, I will not cultivate the dragonless heart sutra. Gu Daoxian almost bellowed out, Gu Chunsha, my name is Gu Daoxian. Compared to existences of a higher level, how could I possibly neglect the essentials and cultivate the dragonless mental cultivation technique that you created? Ha ha! Just as Gu Daoxian made up his mind, a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. It was a soft laugh, and he did not know who it was. Who? In that instant, Gu Daoxian's tremendous divine will swept out across the void space. It seemed as though there were layers upon layers, and all space-time dimensions were captured by his divine will. His cultivation was much higher than the cultivators of the Sky Origin stage. With a thought, he could see everything in the world clearly, like mercury flowing on the ground, and the light of the sun and the moon shining on the world. However, no matter how he searched, he could not find the source of the laughter. This laughter seemed to come from the depths of his heart. Who is it? Gu Daoxian quickly calmed down. Could it be the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Chensha? No matter how powerful these two people are, and I'm no match for them, it's impossible for me to not notice them laughing as they speak to me, unless it's an existence even more powerful than these two people. But in this world, is there anything more powerful than these two people? Gu Daoxian, you're not bad. To think that you'd rather die than cultivate that dragonless heart sutra. I like that very much. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a secret technique. This secret technique cannot be named. It cannot be grasped, it cannot be guessed, and it cannot be measured. It far surpasses the dragonless heart sutra. As long as you cultivate this secret technique, you will be completely unafraid of the power of the mortal world. In the depths of Gu Daoxian's heart, a voice rang out once again. This voice seemed to be the true essence of Gu Daoxian's own core, and it also seemed to be a call from a source. Then, waves of profoundness rippled in his heart. Gu Daoxian quickly became enlightened, and he comprehended the great secret of freedom. A halo spread out around his body. Waves of ripples spread out from his body. As these ripples spread out, they shattered the power of the mortal world, transforming it into a brilliant golden undying. Haha, this undying power is already close to the 8th level, the realm of immortality. This heart sutra is indeed profound. Just what kind of technique is this? Unknown, unnameable? Could it be that this technique has already reached a stage where it can shock the world and can't possibly have a name? Or could it be that no name is enough to describe the profoundness of this technique, so it just doesn't have a name? Gu Daoxian suddenly felt that he was completely unafraid of the corrosion of the power of the mortal world. Emperor of Heaven, Gu Chansha, and that Hongling Sha, just you wait. Since I've obtained such a powerful technique, I won't let you go. Gu Daoxian let out a long howl. This howl actually pierced through the layers of the human realm's crystal walls, reaching the celestial court, causing the celestial court to shake. It seemed to be demonstrating its might to the celestial court. Not only that, but this sound also passed through many space-time turbulences, reaching the eternal realm, causing the eternal realm's crystal walls to emit crackling sounds, like the sound of porcelain and glass violently colliding. Gu Qinsha's main body, who was sitting in the eternal realm, suddenly opened his eyes. One of Gu Qinsha's clones followed the Hongling Sha, while his main body sat in the eternal realm, deducing the Dragonless Heart Sutra. The eternal realm had now completely calmed down. Although many experts had gone to the human realm, there were still many who had stayed behind, especially the many experts who had gone to the human realm. They had all fallen, corroded by the power of the human realm's mortal world, falling into the cycle of reincarnation, dying without a burial place. This news spread to the eternal realm one after another, causing all the experts in the eternal realm to be alarmed. They didn't dare to go to the human realm, but instead calmly cultivated in the eternal realm, comprehending the Dragonless Heart Sutra. In a short period of time, the eternal realm's national fortune was stable, and the people's hearts were much more united. In this kind of environment, Gu Chansha also began to speed up the refinement of eternity, making the eternal realm even more stable. At this time, he sensed Gu Daoxian's provocative howl and immediately activated his own cultivation base. The eternal realm's crystal walls rotated slightly, and with a cracking sound, the howl was shattered and then absorbed into the eternal realm. Gu Chansha made a grabbing motion, and instantly, the power of the howl was caught in his hand. The power of the howl turned into many ripples, which continuously spread out, as if they would never be extinguished. Gu Chansha observed the ripples of the howl, and his expression became serious. This Gu Daoxian's strength actually increased so quickly, and he immediately comprehended some kind of secret technique. This secret technique isn't my Dragonless Heart Sutra, nor is it the technique of the Emperor of Heaven. It comes from another kind of mysterious comprehension. As expected, if my guess is not wrong, that terrifying thing finally made a move. It imparted some of its own comprehension to Gu Daoxian, using Gu Daoxian as a substitute to disturb everything and observe the changes. This terrifying thing first controlled those people who had been reincarnated from the mutated source, and then hid beside the Grand Plume Sand, and then tempted Gu Daoxian. But from the looks of it, this terrifying thing has just been born, and its strength isn't very strong. In fact, it can't even deal with the Emperor of Heaven. If it was very strong, it would have directly tempted the Emperor of Heaven. Why would it still need to act against Gu Daoxian? Chensha, was that Gu Daoxian's provocation just now? Zhuge, Wenhong, Lu Baiwei, and the others walked over. Is Gu Daoxian really that strong? Gu Daoxian has been possessed by that terrifying thing. Gu Qinsha said, "This is a good thing. That terrifying thing can temporarily only tempt Gu Daoxian and can't completely control him. Gu Daoxian now has to choose a point of attack. It's either our eternal world, the celestial court, or the Grand Plume Sand. However, the Grand Plume Sand has also been invaded by that terrifying thing. That terrifying thing won't let Gu Daoxian fight head-on with the Grand Plume Sand. And that terrifying thing won't let Gu Daoxian deal with my eternal world, or else he will definitely not be able to return. So, his only goal is to attack the celestial court. Once he attacks the celestial court, my chance will come. I wonder how the Emperor of Heaven will resolve this time." Lu Baiwei said, "Right, the fourth has recently gone into seclusion to comprehend the Dragonless Heart Sutra. He seems to have truly comprehended the core principles. Is that so?" Gu Qinshan nodded, indicating that he understood. Gu Daoxian and the Emperor of Heaven are fighting. I have to go to the celestial court to take a look and meet that Emperor of Heaven. Under that pressure, the Emperor of Heaven will submit to me. That's for the best, because now we have to deal with the same enemy, which is that terrifying thing. If this terrifying thing finally condenses into a physical form, it will be a disaster for both the celestial court and the eternal world. But will the Emperor of Heaven submit to you and learn your dragonless heart sutra? Lu Baiwa said. Then it's not up to him. Gu Qinsha said, my main body will continue to guard the eternal world, and my clone will go to the celestial court. In the human realm, Gu Daoxian soared into the sky. As expected, after he obtained the Nameless Heart Sutra, his strength increased greatly, and he actually directly attacked the celestial court. The celestial court was high up, and there was a barrier between it and the human realm. No matter how strong someone was, they could not break through this barrier and reach the celestial court. Right now, the rule of the celestial court and many other worlds in the human realm was that in the human realm, there are all kinds of tribulations. In the demon realm, the god realm, the devil realm, the immortal realm, and the underworld, there were all kinds of them. Only in the celestial court could one not decay, not die, not enter the cycle of reincarnation, and exist forever. The celestial court was a temptation. But Gu Daoxian didn't care about that. Looking at the barrier of the celestial court, he roared again, Emperor of Heaven, your position is pretty much done. With just a piece of trash like you can't subdue Gu Qinsha. And what otherworldly realm? Right now, the heavens are not the heavens, and the earth is not the earth. Why don't I replace you and devour you? I'll sit on the throne of Emperor of Heaven, and then I can ensure order. Rumble. Gu Daoxian punched. With this punch, heaven and earth shook, and the crystal walls of the celestial court were shattered. The mysterious celestial court was almost completely revealed to the world. Chapter 9:67. Your Majesty, that Gu Daoxian is audacious. He actually dares to defy the will of heaven and attack the Sky Court. Now, the Sky Court's crystal barrier has been broken by him. He's outside the Sky Gate, and all of us constellations have formed a formation, but we can't stop him. The Dharma Saint and the others had all arrived at the Sky Court's main hall. All of you, get to your positions. The Emperor of Heaven said, this Gu Daoxian's power has suddenly increased greatly. It's quite strange. You must not act rashly and advance rashly. Maintain your positions, and the Sky Court will naturally protect you from harm. Haha. As he spoke, the Sky Court trembled. Space was torn apart. Gu Daoxian descended here. He came to the main hall of the Sky Court. He looked at the Emperor of Heaven face to face. Emperor of Heaven, I'm standing in front of you now. What do you think? Gu Daoxian looked around the Sky Court, and then at the primordial chaos sky pillar. The primordial chaos sky list hung above it, as well as the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Behind the throne of the Emperor of Heaven was the primordial chaos sky pillar, which supported the throne. Gu Daoxian, I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. It even surpassed my expectations. It seems like the tribulation has really come. In this tribulation, even Gu Qinsha will find it difficult to escape, and I will be in danger. But that doesn't matter. To me, this is a tribulation and a trial. The Celestial Arch sighed. It's a pity that you've fallen into a terrible trap, and you don't even know it. If you could turn back immediately and submit to me, you might be able to avoid this disaster. But you've gone against the grain, and you've come to steal the heavenly court. You're courting death. Emperor of Heaven, don't try to scare me here. Gu Daoxian laughed loudly. Now that I have obtained power and secret techniques, they're the true essence of comprehension. Under this true essence, all of your cultivation is no match for me. I will completely break them. What other tricks do you have? Now, I can't bear to start a massacre here because, in my opinion, the heavenly court is my wealth. How can I bear to kill these people? As he spoke, Gu Daoxian looked at the Dharma Saint. Dharma Saint, you're now the heavenly king of reforms, and you have quite a bit of power. You've even comprehended your own principles. You're the Emperor of Heaven's most capable subordinate. How about it? If you join me and turn traitor now, I'll immediately confer upon you an even higher position. Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Gu Daoxian, in this world, only Gu Chansha and the Emperor of Heaven are worthy for me to rely on. However, Gu Chencha's ideals are lawlessness and everyone is free. In the end, there will be no order. His principles are completely different from mine. Therefore, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Only the Emperor of Heaven strengthens the order and uses magic to the extreme. The Dharma Saint looked at Gu Daoxian disdainfully. Do you think I'm a coward who fears death and is a two-faced person? My Tao is magic, and it is order. The tighter the order, the greater my power. Gu Daoxian, in my opinion, you have no chance at all. You're not even comparable to the lowest of commoners. You're arrogant, conceited, and arrogant. If you don't have the mutated essence, you're just a piece of trash and a fool. That's why you were so easily manipulated to come to the heavenly court to cause trouble. You're right, Dharma Saint. The Emperor of Heaven nodded. Your magic can assist me in establishing eternal order. Everything in the world has order. With order, it won't collapse. What Tao? Law and order are the Tao, and the connection between law and order is knowledge and truth. Without order, there will be no Tao, and there will be no law. There will be no knowledge and truth, and the existence of all living things will be meaningless. You people really talk too much nonsense. Gu Daoxian was so angry that he almost exploded. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, fingers spread wide, and grabbed out toward the Dharma Saint. Rumble. The Dharma Saint's body shone with the light of law, which actually blocked Gu Daoxian's grab. What? Gu Daoxian retracted his hand. Dharma Saint, you're actually so strong? You can actually block my attack? Gu Daoxian, I told you, you're just a weakling. Other than a mutated essence, what other strengths do you have? Everything you have, you didn't gain enlightenment on your own. You relied on luck. You were even used as a chess piece by someone else. How could you possibly understand how powerful I am? I gained enlightenment of wonderful magic and fused my own dharma and logos into the human world, as well as many other worlds. From there, I extracted the deathless magic and then fed it back into my own heart. I'm an ordinary person. 10,000 years ago, I walked step by step from being an ordinary person to becoming a saint. Furthermore, I was the first saint. After that, I went silent, but I continued to gain enlightenment and never once doubted my own path. How could you possibly compare to me? In my eyes, you're just a child who hasn't even grown his hair yet, said the Dharma Saint without any trace of politeness. How dare you? Hearing the Dharma Saint's words, Gu Daoxian was so angry that he couldn't control himself. Dharma Saint, do you know what you're doing? You actually dare to anger me? Do you think that just because you blocked my grab, you can truly contend against me? I've already judged your power from that grab, just now. If I go all out, you won't be able to block 5 of my moves. Your Majesty, this fiend is simply too arrogant. The sacred heavenly court's great hall cannot tolerate even the slightest bit of filth and blasphemy. The Dharma Saint ignored Gu Daoxian's words. That's true. Since this fiend dared to attack the heavenly court, if we don't suppress him, the order of the various worlds and the dignity of the heavenly court's laws will be completely obliterated. The Emperor of Heaven nodded. Ha! Gu Daoxian laughed wildly. Emperor of Heaven, you say you want to suppress me? How laughable! If you could suppress me, you wouldn't have waited for me to attack the heavenly court a long time ago. I've already comprehended an unparalleled divine ability. This divine ability has endless transformations, and it far surpasses your and Gu Chencha's mental cultivation techniques. I'll unleash it now. Don't worry, after I suppress you, I won't kill you. I'll seal you in a cage, and everyone in the world will see you being raised by me like an animal. Of course, you won't be lonely either. I'll also capture that Gu Chansha and lock him in a cage as well. I'll make you 2 my dogs, and everyone will see how you 2 dogs crawl. Ha ha ha! How deranged. However, these shouldn't be your words. You've been controlled by some terrifying existence. So that's what that terrifying existence thinks. The Emperor of Heaven sighed. Fortunately, this thing hasn't truly appeared. It's just a form formed from a portion of its will. That kind of method can't do anything to me. Rumble. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven made his move. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of heavens appeared above the celestial Emperor's head. That's right, layers upon layers of heavens. The heavens couldn't be divided into layers. The heavens were the heavens, eternally mysterious and unfathomable. However, there were many layers above the Emperor of Heaven's head. Supreme Imperial Heaven, Tranquil Heaven, Misty Heaven, Pure Jade Heaven, Nurturing Heaven, Coiling Dragon Heaven, Dream Return Heaven, Misty Cloud Heaven, Eternal Joy Heaven, Profound Purity Heaven, Great Unity Heaven, Peaceful Cultivation Heaven, Bright Heaven, Nine Arms Heaven, Immortal Tune Heaven, Glazed Heaven, Tranquil Heaven. The heavens above the Emperor of Heaven's head were divided into 99 layers. Each layer was inhabited by countless deities and experts. They were like clouds and wild cranes, drifting back and forth freely. Above the 99 layers of heavens, there were endless sky beyond heavens. The sky beyond heavens was blurry and nothing could be seen. However, there seemed to be an eternal and great existence in the sky beyond heavens. Rumble. When the 99 layers of heavens and the sky beyond heavens appeared, Gu Daoxian's expression immediately changed. He felt an unprecedented pressure. This pressure was so great that he could not react at all. Crack! His knees broke. Under the pressure of the 99 layers of heavens and the sky beyond heavens, he could not withstand it. He knelt down in front of the Emperor of Heaven. What kind of technique is this? Gu Daoxian struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from this oppression. The heavens are actually also a cage, and the heavenly Tao is also a cage. Look, no matter how it changes, it is just the turbulence of time and space. There are many worlds in the primal chaos, but there are no changes at all. How boring is that? We have already seen the end of this world, seen the changes of time and space, and the future, so I want to break this cage. That is why there is the sky beyond heavens, and beyond the sky beyond heavens, there is still the sky. You will never be able to understand my breadth of mind. Gu Daoxian, this name of yours really does not suit you. I will give you a new name. You will be called Gu Dujian. The second generation of Gu Daoxian will be called Sha, and the third generation will be called Sword. Since you cannot be the first generation, you will be the third generation. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand, and the 99 layers of heavens and the sky beyond heavens above his head released a powerful suction force, wanting to suck Gu Daoxian in. No, Gu Daoxian's body trembled as he did his best to resist. However, with his cultivation base, he could not resist the Emperor of Heaven. Emperor of Heaven, how can you be so powerful? Each layer of your 99 layers of heavens is like a celestial court, and the sky beyond heavens is even more powerful. It does not belong to anything in this world. You are creating a new undying. Where did you get such power from? Gu Chansha was able to create the dragonless mental cultivation method, so naturally, I can create something that is on par with him. The current human realm is much larger than what I expected it to be, because of the addition of the variation origin. The Emperor of Heaven said, I have also changed. I have become much more powerful than what I expected. Everyone is changing, and even the laws are changing. Even you, Gu Daoxian, are you not changing too? Today, I have brought out my true power to show you. However, it is too late for you to regret it now. I will extract a bit of my consciousness from your body and see what this terrifying thing is. Woo woo woo. As Gu Daoxian struggled, a large amount of the variation origin in his body flowed away. However, deep within the core, there seemed to be a bit of black light. Chapter 968. The Celestial Emperor finally used his trump card, activating the 99 layers of heaven and the sky beyond heaven to truly suppress Gu Daoxian. He then forced his body, causing his essence to be extracted. However, extracting essence was not the Emperor of Heaven's final move. The Emperor of Heaven wanted to extract the seed left behind by the terrifying thing in Gu Daoxian's body. If not for this seed, Gu Daoxian would not have been able to fight against the Celestial Court. He had even broken through the Celestial Court's defenses and forced the Emperor of Heaven to use his strongest attack. Good stuff. This is good stuff. The Celestial Emperor looked at the beam of black light in Gu Daoxian's body. It was only the size of a sesame seed, but could transform into life and death, surpassing everything. It could rapidly expand, enveloping the entire universe within it. If the Emperor of Heaven obtained this thing and studied it carefully, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation. Sky beyond heaven, collect. The celestial arch stirred slightly, and the 99 heavens and heaven beyond heaven above his head were activated, unleashing a burst of suction force that attempted to suck this sesame-sized black that into them and imprison it so that he could study it. However, the sesame seed suddenly expanded, becoming a fist-sized ball of black gas. Within the black gas, there seemed to be a face that looked like a man, a woman, a beast, a god, and a ghost. The face let out a shrill laugh. Amidst the laughter, Gu Daoxian's essence gathered again. Gu Daoxian also laughed evilly. Heavenly Emperor, no matter how well you hide, you can't do anything to me. This is the unparalleled path of transformation that I've comprehended. This time around, I've seen your true abilities. The next time will be the day you die. Whoosh! Gu Daoxian's body turned into a beam of light, wanting to escape the celestial court. You want to leave? The Emperor of Heaven seemed angry. He had to get Gu Daoxian. If he did not suppress Gu Daoxian this time, it would be a great loss to the celestial court's prestige. Someone had broken through the door of the celestial court, arrived before his throne, and retreated after showing off. What would the gods and demons think if news spread? Crackle. The 99 layers of heaven above the Emperor of Heaven and the sky beyond heaven gave birth to another shadow. This shadow was truly formless, truly infinite, truly limitless, truly boundless. This was the core principle and spirit of the Emperor of Heaven. The core shadow that he had created to oversee all living things pounced towards Gu Daoxian and actually turned into a cage. This cage was octagonal in shape, imprisoning Gu Daoxian within. Gu Daoxian threw out 8 consecutive punches, attempting to break out of the cage before it was fully formed and escape. However, when his 8 punches collided with the cage's 8 corners, not only did he not manage to break open the cage, but it instead caused the cage to absorb the power of his punches, making it impossible for him to display his fist technique. No matter how strong Gu Daoxian's attacks were, the cage did not budge. It seemed to be an eternal shackle. Ancient Tao immortals, I supervise all living things, allowing them to have order. The final result of all living things' karmic separations and reunions is this cage. They are born in this cage and die in this cage. All the quintessence of life and death will be reassembled, and the cycle of reincarnation will never end. It is eternal. Without this cage, the quintessence of a person will be lost. This is the benefit of imprisonment and order. I've been contemplating it for countless years, and only now do I truly understand the essence of it. Enjoy it. The Emperor of Heaven once again imprisoned Gu Daoxian. This time, no matter how much Gu Daoxian struggled, he could not escape the cage. It seems I have underestimated the power of all living things. Your heavenly court controls the human realm, immortal realm, underworld kingdom, demon realm, God realm, and many living things. Right now, more than half of them listen to your fate and offer sacrifices to you, causing your power to grow to an almost limitless level. Especially now that the heavenly Tao is about to collapse, there are no more restrictions on you. This is actually a good thing for you. You can increase your power without fear. You are a clone of the heavenly Tao. But now, your original heavenly Tao is destroyed, so this clone of yours can immediately grow. Gu Daoxian seemed to have calmed down in the cage. Layers of light shone out from his body, blocking the pressure of the cage. Emperor of Heaven, even if you can temporarily imprison me, you can't extract my essence. Furthermore, My power is growing faster than yours. Gu Daoxian continued to hoot in the cage. You're thinking too simply. I don't need to refine your essence. In fact, I don't even need to refine it. You're just an object of observation, an experimental subject. From you, I can learn things that I haven't gained enlightenment of. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the Emperor of Heaven's forehead, which spun rapidly until it reached Gu Daoxian. Then it began to absorb all sorts of data. Wonderful, wonderful. The Emperor of Heaven seemed to have acquired many secrets from Gu Daoxian. So that's how it is. Gu Qinsha split the deathless level into 9 levels. I'm in the 7th level, the true deathless level. And Gu Qinsha is in the 8th level, the eternally deathless level. And yet from him, I can see the 9th level, the eternally deathless level. Rumble. Suddenly, the Emperor of Heaven's body began to shine with light. Deathless power surged, as if it were eternally unpredictable and unshakable. What? Gu Daoxian was shocked. You actually reached the eternally deathless level? You've broken through a bottleneck? That's right, the Emperor of Heaven said. I have to thank you for that. If you hadn't come and allowed me to see the true nature of the 9th level, the eternally deathless level, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th level, the eternally deathless level. Gu Daoxian's face fell. He could sense that the Emperor of Heaven's power had changed on a fundamental level. Heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and the cage had taken away all of his power. Originally, it would have taken me many years to reach this level, and then I would have been able to fight Gu Qinsha. But now, with your help, I've broken through. Gu Qinsha has always been suppressing me, the Emperor of Heaven said. When I fought him, I was in constant danger. However, he had a lot of misgivings and didn't dare to kill me. If he had been a bit more vicious and merciless, perhaps he would be the ruler of heaven and earth right now. Oh, really? At that moment, a voice rang out. Within the voice, a person appeared. He entered the heavenly court just like that, as if he was entering his own courtyard. It was none other than Gu Qinsha. Gu Qinsha appeared, looking at the Emperor of Heaven. Congratulations, congratulations. You've actually reached the eternally deathless level, the 8th level of the eternally deathless level. Now you can stand on equal footing with me and secure the position of Emperor of Heaven. Gu Qinsha, you've come here after all. The Emperor of Heaven's face was hidden under the flat imperial hat. You've come here to acquire Gu Daoxian's secrets, haven't you? Gu Daoxian is finally of some use, the Emperor of Heaven said. As bait, he's managed to lure out some of that terrifying thing's will. Facing the Emperor of Heaven, Gu Qinsha didn't do anything. He didn't even attack. To me, this one really does have a lot of research value. Of course, to you, it's even more valuable. If I had attacked just now and interrupted your enlightenment, you wouldn't have been able to reach the eternally deathless level. However, I didn't do that. Can you guess why? Because you couldn't stop it, the Emperor of Heaven said. Gu Qinsha, you're not as powerful as you think you are. I reached the eternally deathless level and have a general idea of your current level of power. Furthermore, I have the power to destroy your eternal world and kill your woman. You've been holding back from attacking me for fear of breaking the vases. Emperor of Heaven, it seems you've reached the 8th level, the eternally deathless level. I thought you would change a bit, but it seems I was wrong. As your cultivation base grows stronger, you become more and more stubborn. There really is nothing I can do about it. It seems that even with my cultivation base, there are some things I can't do as I wish. Gu Qinsha shook his head. The reason I didn't put you down and even allowed you to establish the heavenly court is because, first, we have a very close relationship. Second, I can accept you. My Tao is not a Tao of exterminating those who oppose me, but rather a Tao where everyone can obtain great freedom. Everyone can be free, and everyone cannot interfere with each other. Everyone can live a good life without karma or fate, without any karmic connection, without any entanglement. Therefore, there is no conflict between the two of us. I don't want to kill you. Third, your cultivation base isn't bad, and if you cultivate the dragonless heart magic, you and I can work together to fight that terrifying thing. What a pity. Guchen Shah, you're too naive. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand. Do you really think you can control everything? From the moment you obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman, everything has been smooth sailing. You've never encountered any setbacks. But think about it. How did you get the Heaven Sacrificial Talisman? Don't tell me you relied on your own power. You don't have to be like this. Guchen Shah said, one day, we'll make things clear. But let's leave what happened today for today. One day, you'll regret it. I'll give you another chance. I'll take this Gu Dao Immortal with me. Chapter 969. Prison. The Emperor of Heaven attacked, and the prison that imprisoned Gu Daoxian descended. Crackle. The prison shone with a bright light, and it enveloped Gu Chench's clone. Then it was going to be imprisoned together with Gu Daoxian. Gu Yujian, I've gathered you and Gu Chench's clone together. If you want to live, it's very simple. Consume Gu Chench's clone, and your cultivation will improve. You might even be able to break out of the prison and escape. The Emperor of Heaven laughed. The Emperor of Heaven imprisoned Gu Chench's clone and Gu Daoxian in the same prison. They would kill each other, and he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. He had imprisoned Gu Daoxian, but if he wanted to refine and kill Gu Daoxian, he would need to expend a lot of essence qi. He might even have to suffer the counterattack of the terrifying thing in Gu Daoxian's body, which could cause him great harm. He was very afraid of the black that in Gu Daoxian's body, so he let Gu Chench's clone fight it head-on. Gu Chench's clone entered the prison and nodded. Emperor of Heaven, your prison can't control me at all. But since you let me in, I'll beat you at your own game and refine Gu Daoxian. But I don't think it's very good that you named him Gu Yujian. Stupid isn't a bad word. Isn't it said that great wisdom looks stupid? This person should be called Gu Yujian. Stupid and stupid can form the same word, but stupid is definitely not stupid. Guchen Shah, how dare you insult me like this? Gu Daoxian flew into a great rage. The Heavenly Emperor is right. This is an opportunity for me. Although I'm currently trapped by the Heavenly Emperor, he can't do anything to me. If I devour this clone of yours, my abilities will increase greatly, and I'll be able to turn the tables. Is that so? Guchen Shah was still strolling leisurely. Stupid ancient sword, you're so stupid that I don't have any way to reprimand you. In that case, I'll let you know why you're so stupid. As he spoke, Guchen Shah opened his palm. Instantly, the river of civilization flowed within his palm. It was endless, and countless civilizations appeared in his palm. It was as if he was the creator of all civilizations, and all of them used him as their source. The civilization revolved in his palm and slowly flew out, spreading out in all directions. Dong, dong, dong. Gu Daoxian's heart started to beat violently. This was an involuntary beating. As the civilization in Gu Chench's palm spread out, Gu Daoxian's heart seemed to not listen to his commands and was about to break out of his body and fly out. His spirit and his thoughts had become disconnected. There was a certain intrinsic quality in the depths of his spirit that yearned for great freedom, while his thoughts were rigid and stubborn. What's going on? I can't move. Gu Daoxian was greatly shocked because he realized that his body and even some things in the intrinsic quality of his spirit did not listen to his commands at all. He could not even move a finger, let alone attack. This is something you cannot understand. You cannot control the intrinsic quality of your spirit, and you cannot subdue your heart either. The heavens are not high, but the human heart is the highest. Subduing the human heart is even more difficult than subduing the heavenly Tao. It is easy to subdue the hearts of others, but difficult to subdue one's own heart. Guchen Shah opened his palm and said slowly, in the depths of your heart, you don't want to be bound, you don't want to be controlled. You yearn for great freedom and great freedom. This is the reason why you actively seek refuge with me. Your heart has betrayed you. Or rather, everyone's heart yearns for freedom. If you give a chance to be free, it will definitely not let it go. Or perhaps, The heart that you want me to seek refuge with is the real you, and the you who speaks is the fake you. You're just trying to scare me. I won't believe you. Gu Daoxian gritted his teeth. I'll go all out. Rumble. In his body, an inexplicable power surged. The black dot in his body was activated once again, and it actually suppressed his own heart. Then his body shrank, and he clawed at Gu Chench's face. Gu Chensha die? Not bad. Not bad. When Gu Chensha saw what was happening, he said, the will of that terrifying thing inside of you is really something. It might have reached the invincible, deathless level. Unfortunately, it's still a bit off. If that terrifying thing completely condensed into a physical form, it would be impossible for it to reach that level. If that terrifying thing completely solidified, it would definitely reach the 9th level of the invincible, deathless realm. But right now, it is not. As for me, I've almost comprehended the secrets of the invincible, deathless realm. Emperor of Heaven, do you know why I asked you to comprehend the invincible, deathless realm? Because I've already seen the invincible, deathless realm. Even if you cultivate the invincible, deathless realm, you are still within my control. By this time, Gu Daoxian's claw had already reached Gu Chench's face. However, Gu Chensha suddenly disappeared, causing Gu Daoxian's claw to grab thin air. Next, Gu Chensha appeared behind Gu Daoxian, sitting cross-legged in midair. Beneath him was a huge dragon. This dragon was not alive, but rather a dragon formed from many civilizations. Every scale on the dragon was a civilization that was as vast as an epic. These civilizations combined to form a huge dragon. The huge dragon roamed the past, the present, and the future, searching for freedom, searching for opportunities, and searching for transcendence. Then, Gu Chench's hands formed a seal. The center of the seal was empty. There was nothing there. He could not see the void, the past, the present, and the future. He could not see karma. He could not see fate. He could not see the hearts of men. And he could not see the world. Everything was nothingness. This nothingness encompassed everything. Gu Daoxian's body shrank again, and he involuntarily flew into the seal formed by Gu Chench's hands. Rumble. It was like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Even though Gu Daoxian used all his secret techniques, he was still unable to break free from Gu Chench's control. In the end, he fell into Gu Chench's palm just like that, and became a person the size of a soybean. No matter how he jumped, no matter how he used his mystical abilities, it was of no use. He could not jump out of Gu Chench's palm at all. All right, Emperor of Heaven, this time, I'm not planning to destroy your celestial court. Since you've comprehended a technique to supervise all living beings, it's the opposite of my dragonless mental cultivation technique. I like to see how far you can go. To me, it'll also be a reference. Oh, right, the Hongling Sand is the Empress, the new Empress you believe to be. However, she has already fallen into the trap of that terrifying thing's will, and will soon attack the Celestial Court. You better take care of yourself. Swoosh. Gu Chensha grabbed out with his palm, and Gu Daoxian was caught in it. Then, with a slight movement of his body, he broke free from the prison and left the Celestial Court. The Emperor of Heaven's most powerful secret technique, the prison that he had set up, was actually completely useless against Gu Chench's incarnation. Gu Chensha could sneak up to the Emperor of Heaven's side at any time and place, and launch a fatal attack against the Emperor of Heaven. Terrifying, too terrifying. The Dharma Saint hid at the side, and when he saw this scene, his whole body trembled. This is just one of Gu Chench's incarnations, and it's already so powerful. The Celestial Court won't be able to withstand it at all. In that case, if Gu Chensha really wants to make a move, the Celestial Court won't be able to hold on at all. What? Dharma Saint, has your heart wavered? Seeing Gu Chensha leave, the Emperor of Heaven fell silent for a while, then looked at the Dharma Saint and said, Your Majesty, your subject hasn't wavered. Your Majesty, this subject isn't shaken. This subject just feels that it's inconceivable. Why is Gu Chensha so powerful? Has he really reached the 9th level of the invincible, deathless level? The Dharma saint said, Your Majesty, this Gu Chunsha definitely has the power to destroy us. We can't be so passive. We have to think of another way. The Emperor of Heaven waved his hand. Gu Chunsha is indeed powerful. His power has once again surpassed my expectations. If my guess is correct, his true power is no less than that of Gu Taxian. However, he has a fatal flaw. Do you know why he doesn't dare to use his true body to kill me? It's because he's afraid that my true body will destroy the everlasting world. Your Majesty, what should we do next? The Dharma saint asked. Just now, Gu Chunsha mentioned the matter of the Hongling sand. Right now, this woman has already begun to expand her territory in the human world. She has already gathered many people who have obtained the source of variation. The Hongling sand has successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra. Then, I secretly poured it into the Queen of Heaven's source. Right now, she's already under the control of that terrifying thing. However, I can't enter her heart. The Sky Emperor said, Once the Dragonless cultivation technique reaches the grand completion stage, one will be able to completely control one's heart and soul and obtain great freedom. Through the cultivation of the Grand Feather Sand, I have also grasped the secrets of the Dragonless cultivation technique and will soon be able to cultivate it. At that time, my cultivation base will truly be on par with Gu Chunsha. The Hongling sand doesn't matter. I'll go see her and join hands with her. Doesn't she want the power of sacrifice? I'll give it to her. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven disappeared. In the human world, the Hongling sand was cultivating. Ancestor Hong Yun and the others were expanding their territory. Gradually, they had occupied a large area. Many living beings had already submitted to them, producing a large amount of power of sacrifice. However, they hadn't expanded very much because they were still a bit afraid of the heavenly court. Moreover, they were waiting for the battle between Gu Daoxian and the Emperor of Heaven. What on earth happened? The war in the heavenly court seems to have stopped. The Hongling sand suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the heavenly court. Everything in the heavenly court was reflected in her eyes. However, she couldn't see clearly in the central hall. She could only see endless light. The Emperor of Heaven has actually cultivated to such a level. He's already truly entered the 8th level, the immortal realm. Could it be that he suppressed Gu Daoxian? If that's the case, then it'll be troublesome. After the Emperor of Heaven refined Gu Daoxian, his strength increased sharply. He can operate in the human world and prevent me from expanding. The Hongling sand hesitated. Just as she was hesitating, a person appeared in front of her. This person was tall and had his hands clasped behind his back. He wore a flat imperial hat, and his face was hidden by a curtain of beads. It was none other than the Emperor of Heaven. Emperor of Heaven. The Hongling sand was shocked. You dare to appear in front of me? You suppressed Gu Daoxian? Chapter 970. Emperor of Heaven, you know what I'm planning. I'm going to unify the human world, take over the heavenly court, collect the sacrifices, and then subdue you and Gu Chunsha. I'm going to build a civilization that surpasses Gu Chunsha's Dragonless Heart Sutra. Hongling Sha wasn't afraid of Emperor of Heaven at all. Her cultivation was becoming more and more condensed and powerful. She had even refined so many people who had obtained variant origin energy into protectors within the divine light. Hongling Sha, you're thinking too much. The celestial larch smiled. You're quite powerful now, but you're still far from being able to subdue me and Gu Chunsha. Emperor of Heaven, you're here to suppress me? Hongling Sha knew that Emperor of Heaven didn't come with good intentions. After all, the human world belonged to Emperor of Heaven, and she'd be taking over his property. No, I'm here to work with you. If you want to advance quickly, you'll have to work with me. You're building a kingdom and gathering faith, but it's just a small thing. You'll be suppressed by me. If we work together, I can even give you half of the sacrifices. How about it? Emperor of Heaven said. Half of the sacrifices? Hongling Sha was shocked. Emperor of Heaven, you're really generous. Aren't you afraid I'll take over? I know I have the temperament of a new Heaven Empress, but the position of Heaven Empress is too small for me. If you want to recruit me, I can't be Heaven Empress. Then what do you want to be? Emperor of Heaven asked patiently. It's simple. I want to be the Taoist ancestor on equal footing with you. The so-called Tao of Heaven is divided into Heaven and Tao. The heavens were the celestial emperor, and the Tao was the Tao ancestor. Who the hell is the Heaven Empress? You better choose another one. In the future, we will divide the heaven and earth equally. You will be in charge of the heaven, and I will be in charge of the earth. In this way, we will be in charge of the yin and yang. There will be no more doubts. You want to be the Taoist ancestor? There is no such position in the heavenly court. The Emperor of Heaven frowned. The heavenly court doesn't have the position of heavenly king of reform, but didn't the Dharma saint still do it? I know you want to obtain all authority, but right now, you have no control over the situation at all. If my guess is correct, you should be more thorough. Something big happened in the heavenly court. Gu Daoxian attacked your heavenly court, but Gu Chunsha appeared and captured Gu Daoxian right in front of your eyes. So you feel great danger and want to quickly quell the chaos in the human world. So you came to recruit me. Is that right? Hong Ling Sha seemed to be very perceptive. The division of power is now clear. The everlasting realm is under Gu Chencha's system and is the strongest. The other world is actually attached to Gu Chensha. The name Otherworld was also given by Gu Chensha, so I haven't tried to subdue it. There are two other powers. One belongs to me, and the other belongs to you. If we work together, we can fight against Gu Chensha. Hong Ling Sha said, "Your idea is very good, and I'm willing to agree." The Grand Plume San said, "Your idea is very good. I am willing to agree. The only question now is whether or not you can satisfy my request. I want to be a Tao ancestor, and my status is transcendent. Furthermore, these subordinates of mine belong to the system of the Tao ancestor, and not the system of the heavenly court. They can listen to your orders, but you cannot banish them into the cycle of reincarnation, nor can you punish them. You want to create a second heavenly court? That's going to be a bit difficult, and it might even ruin our order. There is no way the Emperor of Heaven would agree to something like that. If he did, not only would he fail to achieve his goal of unifying the heavenly court, but he would also destroy the order and laws of the heavenly court. Fighting would lead to endless trouble. If you can't even agree to that, then forget it." Hong Ling Sha laughed coldly. "Don't tell me you want me to be the Empress of Heaven. If you make that request, then there's no need for us to talk. I'll go find Gu Chensha and kill you. I can agree to be the Taoist ancestor, but there's one thing I can't agree to. Other than you, all of your subordinates will belong to the heavenly court system. I control their lives and deaths. You're the only one I can't control. You can be the Taoist ancestor, and we'll share all of the heavenly court's sacrifices. I can agree to that." The celestial Dharch bargained. Grand Plume Sand, think about it. If you establish a Tao palace, and even your subordinates don't listen to me, then the hearts of the people will be different. The number of sacrifices we receive will be very few, and it will be very difficult to achieve immortality. Also, I can tell you that all of the people who have joined you are actually being manipulated by some terrifying entity behind the scenes. When the time comes, it will definitely backfire on you, and you'll die a horrible death. Furthermore, I just learned some secrets from Gu Dao Immortal. I can help you get rid of those problems. In fact, we can even research the secrets of Deathless together. Fine, I can agree to that. Hearing this, the Hongling Sha thought about it for a long time, then nodded. You do have some experience in dealing with Gu Dao Immortal. In that case, give me your experience and we can work together. As you wish. The Emperor of Heaven laughed loudly. Let's work together happily. Actually, there's one thing you're wrong about. Gu Dao Immortal was captured by Gu Qinsha, and I did it on purpose. Even if I suppressed Gu Dao Immortal, it would be useless. I couldn't refine him, and in fact, trapping him would take up a lot of my energy. So I let Gu Qinsha get it. After Gu Qinsha gets it, he'll have to use his own cultivation base to refine Gu Dao Immortal. That way, he'll have to fight that terrifying entity's will. His power won't grow, but will actually weaken. We can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen ourselves and push our power to the pinnacle. It would be best if Gu Chensha and that terrifying entities will fought to the death. We can even be the fishermen who benefit from it. You're right about that, the Hong Ling Sha nodded. Indeed, if that terrifying entity has a will, it won't be easy to destroy. While Gu Chensha is tied down, we can quickly develop. In that case, let's sign the contract and not go back on our words. The Emperor of Heaven stretched out his hand. The Hong Ling Sha also stretched out his hand. Their hands clasped together. Rumble. The entire human realm, the entire heavenly court, and many other worlds suddenly experienced an unknown change. Many cultivation experts felt the human realm expand once again, as if they had obtained some kind of fate. Especially the heavenly court, which shone brightly, and fate descended like a waterfall. All of the officials in the heavenly court felt as if they had been released from some kind of shackle, and the bottleneck that they had been unable to break through after so much cultivation was suddenly broken through. This was especially so for the Dharma Saint. In that instant, he felt his cultivation rising steadily, as if fate had released some kind of ability that could allow him to jump out of everything. Immortal, in the heavenly court, halos of light appeared above the Dharma Saint's head. These halos continuously crushed, refined, and refined the sacrificial power. In the end, a trace of immortality was born, and the quality of this immortality was extremely high. Level 6, Eternal Immortality. With the Dharma Saint's realm, he could instantly refine the level 6 immortality from the sacrificial power. Eternal Immortality. In the past, this was only one level lower than the Emperor of Heaven. I actually increased a few levels in a row. Why? Is my great fortune coming? The Dharma Saint felt that his strength had increased too much, and it was a little unbelievable. The Emperor of Heaven was previously at the level 7 true immortality realm. This realm could suppress everything, and now that the Dharma Saint had reached the level 6 eternal immortality realm, he was most likely the number 1 person in the heavenly court after the Emperor of Heaven. The heavenly court's fate has increased greatly. When Gu Chensha left the human world, he felt a huge tremor. He looked over and saw the heavenly court shining with light, illuminating the boundless space. He couldn't help but nod. Looks like the heavenly court has quelled the unrest in the human world. The Emperor of Heaven has finally convinced the Hongling Sand to join forces. This is within my expectations, and it won't affect me much. After all, the Hongling Sand wasn't subdued by the Emperor of Heaven. Instead, they joined forces, and the Hongling Sand is on an equal footing with the Emperor of Heaven. The Hongling Sand's ambition is even greater than that of the Emperor of Heaven. The two of them are scheming against each other, causing the heavenly court to be impure and the heavenly Tao to be split in two. This is also my chance. The Emperor of Heaven wants me to go against the terrifying thing in Gu Daoxian's body, to restrict my strength and buy time for me. I want the terrifying thing to take advantage of while the Emperor of Heaven and the Hongling Sand are scheming against each other. When that happens, I'll be able to capture them both in one fell swoop. Let me go, let me go. Gu Chensha, you beast, you dare to capture me? You can't destroy me at all, and you have to waste your strength to suppress me. After capturing me, your strength not only didn't increase, it actually decreased. Why bother? Gu Daoxian roared in Gu Chensha's palm. I didn't capture you to refine you. With a whooshing sound, Gu Chensha left the mortal world and arrived in the eternal world. I've never refined anyone. Given my current cultivation base, I don't even care about mutated essences. I'm already close to the 9th level of the deathless realm, the peerless deathless realm. However, I'm still a bit short of maturity. I'm just trying to influence you, to change you. You have an enormous amount of mutated essences, and now you're being invaded by the terrifying thing's will. You're not even clear-headed, and you're constantly being infected by that terrifying will. If you want to get rid of it and gain complete freedom, you have to use a series of methods. Gu Chensha, you actually want to change my mind? You're really too vicious. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. You're even more vicious than killing me. Gu Daoxian roared, feeling very uneasy. Dragonless Dao. Gu Qinsha didn't say anything else to Gu Daoxian. He used his dragonless heart technique, and immediately, the vast river of civilization descended. The river of civilization had no beginning and no end. Within it, each wave was a resplendent civilization. Within it, there were peddlers and pawns, emperors and generals, and even all sorts of countries and principles. The river of civilization contained hundreds of trillions of civilizations, and it surged forward, searching for the end of civilization. The river flowed forward, and civilizations were constantly being born. Gradually, it was possible to see what the end of civilization was. Chapter 971. The Dragonless Mental Cultivation Technique wrapped Gu Daoxian up within. Gu Daoxian felt as if his cultivation base and will were being compressed, as if they were about to be sealed. Gu Qinsha, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you want to seal my true spirit, so that I can be reincarnated, so that I can obtain new memories and develop new feelings and thoughts? When I wake up one day, my new thoughts will clash with my old thoughts, and they will dissolve each other. Then, step by step, my spirit will be subdued. Gu Daoxian felt more and more terrified. Not bad. You seem to understand this very well. Gu Qinshan nodded in praise. Your spirit has already been invaded by a terrifying will. Even if I try to enlighten you, it will be of no use. Therefore, you can only defeat yourself. I will seal your current thoughts and will, and you will be reincarnated. You will experience all sorts of trials and tribulations, and you will understand the benefits of my dragonless mental cultivation technique. Naturally, you will be able to resist that terrifying will. That will be your new personality. If the first time doesn't work, then you will be reincarnated a second time, a third time, 1,000 times. Every time a new personality is born, it will fight against that terrifying will, and one day, it will be able to penetrate through it. It will be able to walk the dragonless Tao and reach the realm of freedom. I'm saving you, not killing you. You have to know this. I don't kill people. I only save people. Of course, sometimes in your eyes, saving people is killing people. That's just because you can't understand it. Gu Qinsha, don't even think about using such methods to strengthen my will. Gu Daoxian's heart was filled with terror. Layers of black light shone out from his body, blocking Gu Qinsha's suppression and sealing. Unfortunately, Gu Qinsha wasn't using his doppelganger, but his main body. The strength of Gu Qinsha's original self far surpassed the imagination of the Emperor of Heaven and Gu Daoxian. He activated the dragonless mental technique and gradually suppressed Gu Daoxian into a black that the size of a sesame seed. This black that contained the fortune of yin and yang, the impermanence of life and death, the rotation of the great Tao, the sun, the moon, the cosmos, and almost everything that should be there. Some of the subtleties were not inferior to Gu Qinsha's dragonless mental technique. This terrifying will is quite powerful. Fortunately, it hasn't completely condensed into a physical form. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for it. However, I've more or less obtained some information. Once it's completely born, I'll have some means to resist it. At least I won't be completely defeated. Gu Qinsha looked at this sesame-sized black that was struggling nonstop. He circulated his Dragonless Heart Sutra and saw something he wanted from it. It was the 9th level of the Undying Realm, the Undying Realm. Right now, Gu Qinsha was also at the 8th level of the Undying Realm, the Undying Realm. However, compared to the Emperor of Heaven, it was much more profound. He had already taken half a step into the Undying Realm and was only one step away from completely entering this realm. But because of this, his horizons were greatly broadened. He knew that the 9th level of the Undying Realm was probably not the limit. The true realm was still to come. There was still a 10th level of the Undying Realm. However, as for how to name the 10th level of the Undying Realm, Even Gu Qinsha himself could not figure it out because no name would be suitable for this thing. There were no words that could describe this realm. Even the soul could not comprehend the greatness of this realm. No beautiful words or pictures could describe even a billionth of this realm. This was the realm after the undying realm. Gu Qinsha, how dare you seal me? Suddenly, an extremely sharp voice and a powerful aura exploded from the black dot. This voice was not Gu Daoxian's, but someone else's. This voice was naturally that terrifying thing's will. You finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Qinsha continued to seal it. But you haven't been able to completely emerge. Right now, you don't even have a physical body. You're just a strand of will. You can only rely on your instincts to invade the bodies of some powerful beings and use them to do certain things. Gu Qinsha, even if you destroy this strand of will of mine, many more of my will come out. But this strand of will of mine isn't something you could destroy. The terrifying will's voice became even sharper. If you let go of this strand of will of mine, I can let you enjoy the throne in the future. But if you insist on going about things the wrong way, when I completely emerge, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Your fate will be truly miserable, and you will die without a burial. Looks like you haven't learned anything about the human world. You're just so threatening. You're really like a child. Gu Qinsha laughed. You're still some time away from completely emerging. I just need to study this strand of will of yours, and I'll be able to comprehend the fundamental mysteries. When that time comes, as soon as you emerge, I'll seal you so that you can't cause trouble. Explode. This terrifying will didn't seem to want to say anything more to Gu Qinsha. It let out a sound of destruction, as if it was going to explode and completely destroy this strand of will. It didn't want to let Gu Qinsha continue to study it. How could it be so easy? Gu Qinsha was very confident at this moment. His Dragonless Heart Sutra showed its might again. Wave after wave of waves surged out, completely suppressing this explosion. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Within the eternal world, the dragonless Qi trembled. A ray of light shot into the sky, then quickly expanded. In an instant, it disrupted Gu Qinsha's Dragonless Heart Sutra suppression. The terrifying will exploded again. Gu Qinsha, there's a flaw in your Dragonless Heart Sutra. This is my chance. I can take over your body. What a guy. Faced with this change, Gu Qinsha didn't feel moved or evolved at all. It was as if he had sensed it long ago. His body disappeared. Undying change. The Dragonless Heart Sutra's aura instantly became transparent. This terrifying will instantly missed its target. However, the Dragonless Heart Sutra once again appeared in reality, enveloping him in layers and causing this terrifying will to be unable to cause trouble. In the end, Gu Daoxian and this terrifying will once again turned into a sesame-sized black dot. Whoosh! Just as Gu Qinsha completely suppressed Gu Daoxian and this terrifying will, another person appeared in front of him. It was the fourth Gu Huasha. The fourth, did you just comprehend the core of the Dragonless Heart Sutra and finally obtain great freedom in your heart, causing the Dragonless Qi in the eternal world to fluctuate and change? Gu Qinsha looked at the fourth, Gu Huasha, his expression calm. That's right. The fourth, Gu Huasha, said, I've finally comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra to perfection. Qinsha, you really are an incomparable talent. Only today did I feel the profundities of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. If my guess is correct, your current level and strength are completely comparable to Father at his peak, right? More or less. At his peak, Father was at the 8th level of undying, the peak of undying. The heavenly Tao was the same, so Father chose to fuse with the heavenly Tao in an attempt to comprehend the 9th level of undying. However, from the looks of it now, things have changed. Gu Qinsha said, I did comprehend the undying, but it gave birth to something terrifying that can't be destroyed. That's normal. Every peck and every drink is predetermined. The birth of the supreme, undying, is the result of natural lux jealousy, which is why a tribulation will be born. Only after this tribulation is over will it truly evolve into the supreme, undying. Number 4, Gu Huasha said. Haha, the fourth you're wrong. What envy of good fortune. Right now, our strength is already above the good fortune of heaven and earth. Gu Qinsha said, of course, it's not impossible to destroy this terrifying thing. Now that you've cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, your spirit has obtained great freedom. Great freedom. You can lend me a hand in spreading the Dragonless Heart Sutra to the human world. The situation in the human world can't be underestimated. That Hongling Sand has already joined hands with the Emperor of Heaven. In the long run, our eternal world will be at a disadvantage. Even if you didn't say this, I would still go to the human world. The fourth brother, Gu Huasha, said, although the human world has stabilized and its fate energy has increased, the celestial heavens already has two masters. One of them, Hongling Sha, is actually not the empress but the Tao ancestor. This is different from the celestial emperor. He will definitely plot in the dark and finally subdue the Emperor of Heaven. And the Emperor of Heaven will also not tolerate such a thing happening. The battle between the two will be our best opportunity. All right, the fourth, you go to the human world and sow discord between the two. Gu Qinsha nodded. It just so happens that I've cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, and I'm no longer afraid of the invasion of the human world. The fourth, Gu Huasha, said, and his body disappeared. He left the eternal world and entered the human world. Gu Qinsha looked at the departing back of the fourth, Gu Huasha, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this time, Lu Baiwei quietly appeared behind Gu Qinsha and said that the fourth comprehended the core secret of the Dragonless Heart Sutra. But is he the true body of the Emperor of Heaven? After I successfully cultivated the Dragonless Heart Sutra, I was constantly comprehending and calculating. I felt that out of all the people, the fourth is the most suspicious. The fourth is called Gu Huasha, and he is one of the new people conferred by the Emperor of Heaven. The Lord of the Sun and Moon, Huang Mingsha, the Lord of the Punishment, Huang Misha, and the Lord of the Demon World, Hua Yaosha. From this, it can be seen that the fourth is definitely the true body of the Emperor of Heaven. He really hid very deeply. These are all guesses. Did the fourth show any clues? Gu Qinsha didn't care, as if everything was under his control. The fourth's personality doesn't have any loopholes, but when he comprehended the Dragonless Heart Sutra, it almost caused a loophole in your suppression of the ancient Tao, immortal, and that terrifying will. I'm afraid that wasn't a coincidence, said Lu Baiwei. Chapter 972. Is it confirmed that the fourth is the true body of the Emperor of Heaven? 8 or 9 out of 10. Lu Baiwei was still a little uneasy. The Emperor of Heaven is cunning and not a good person. If we are wrong, and the Emperor of Heaven is someone else, and we wrongly accuse the fourth, I'm afraid there will be chaos, and all our previous efforts will go to waste. Actually, whether the fourth is the true body of the Emperor of Heaven, I'm not 100% sure. I'm afraid this is a scheme of the Emperor of Heaven. Maybe the Emperor of Heaven deliberately made us wrongly accuse the fourth, and he hid in the dark to stir up trouble. Otherwise, the matter of him naming the Sun Moon Lord Huang Mingsha is too obvious, giving us daydreams, using fate to interfere with our judgment, causing us to make a mistake in the end. If we make a mistake in this matter, I'm afraid we'll suffer the heaviest blow, and even the Dragonless Cultivation Method will be destroyed. You're right about this matter. The Dragonless Cultivation Method is the truth, but as the creator of the Dragonless Cultivation Method, he was deceived by someone and harmed his own brother. After this matter, my fate and the eternal world will suffer a huge blow, and it might even be unable to recover. Of course, the current me will not be affected by fate. Even if my fate ends, there will not be any collapse. Gu Qinsha said, but whether the fourth is the true body of the Emperor of Heaven or not isn't very important to us. Even if the fourth is do we have to suppress and subdue him? It's definitely to reform him, to change his way of thinking. Isn't he the same? With this thought in mind, we will be successful in every endeavor and will not be doubted by anything. We don't need to have two choices. We only need to follow one path, and we will be able to overcome all obstacles and resolve everything. You're right. Even if the fourth is up to no good, even if he's hiding his true intentions, he's still our brother and one of the founders of our Yonko imperial court. Right now, our Yonko has completely stabilized, and there are no more loopholes. The people's hearts are also gradually stabilizing, and those who have no confidence in the dragonless mantra have already left, leaving behind only those who are extremely determined. Lu Baiwe said, "Actually, I'm still worried about something else, and that's the terrifying wills. Wills have entered our eternal world, and there aren't many experts in the eternal world that can compare to ancient Tao immortals. It's impossible to resist the invasion of this terrifying will." You've hit the nail on the head. Gu Qinsha nodded. The Emperor of Heaven isn't the enemy, because his cultivation is completely under my control. This terrifying will is our greatest enemy. But you don't have to worry. You've cultivated the core of the dragonless mantra, and your heart has obtained great freedom. That terrifying will can't invade you. This is the same as the Hongling sand. The Hongling sand has cultivated the dragonless mantra, and the terrifying will can't invade you. But it's hard to say for the others. Right now, our eternal world's crystal barrier is actually unable to resist invasions. How many wills does he have in total? Lu Baiwe said, "It has invaded many people who have been reincarnated from the source of variation, and it seems like there's more than one. What I'm afraid of is that this terrifying will is endless and will eventually invade everyone in our eternal world. That would be troublesome." That's indeed a possibility. Gu Qinsha said, "But right now, the heavenly Tao and Father Emperor are still entangled and haven't completely collapsed. This will doesn't appear many times, and if it's scattered, it will instead weaken its power. You have to be careful, lest the higher-ups of our eternal world are infiltrated. Being careful isn't a good thing. Besides, even if I cultivate the dragonless mantra and can resist the invasion, I can't prevent others from being invaded." Lu Baiwe frowned. "This matter is very troublesome for now, but I have a way. I've comprehended some secrets from this Gu Daoxian's body, and it just so happens that I can create a trap. As long as his will dares to enter the eternal world, I can completely imprison it, and he won't be able to return. My eternal world isn't like the human world." Gu Qinsha said, "But right now I have to make a trip to the human world and send this Gu Daoxian's will to reincarnate." "Reincarnate in the human world?" Lu Baiwe said doubtfully. "Why don't we directly let Gu Daoxian reincarnate in the eternal world? That way, it'll be easier to nurture him. If he goes to the human world, there will be a series of irreversible changes. It's not that it's bad to be in the eternal world, but it will imprison his thoughts. And the mortal world is boundless, and the desires of the human world are the best way to temper a person." Gu Qinsha said, "Besides, I'm throwing out a bait, and let many people take the bait. And before the collapse of the heavenly Tao and Father Emperor, the human world was still the absolute main character among the many worlds. Don't look at how the Emperor of Heaven has strengthened his supervision, causing the human world to practically be imprisoned to the extreme, but the hearts of people yearning for freedom will never be extinguished. As long as there are living beings, there will be the existence of freedom, and even if there are no living beings, there will still be the existence of freedom. In this way, in the future, in the human world, there will be more and more experts, and they will be those heaven-defying experts. How is that possible?" Lu Baiwe was a little doubtful, now that the Emperor of Heaven's supervision is so strict, not to mention that there are many gods watching over every household. Even within everyone's body, there's also the supervision of the three corpses God, constantly reporting everyone's thoughts to the Emperor of Heaven. Every action of the world's living beings, every thought will be known by the Emperor of Heaven. Under this kind of supervision, it is impossible for experts to appear. Any expert who has the slightest clue will be eliminated without a trace. There's no point in supervising them. Gu Qinsha said, "Look at our eternal world. Now we have gradually given up on supervision, but everyone is doing very well, studying the dragonless cultivation technique, and starting to be free. The real operation of the world depends on the people's hearts to change themselves, and not on people's supervision. The real order comes from the heart, and the Emperor of Heaven has walked to the extreme. So the stronger his supervision, the stronger the rebound of the people's hearts. My dragonless cultivation technique is like a spark. Sooner or later, it will ignite the entire human realm." "So, you have already arranged for Gu Daoxin's path?" Lu Baiwei guessed Gu Qinsha's plan. "Looks like your cultivation is becoming more and more profound." Gu Qinsha said a few words to Lu Baiwei. "I will go to the human realm to arrange everything and pay attention to the fourth's movements. If my guess is correct, that terrifying will gather all its power and invade the fourth. This is another trap." As they spoke, Gu Qinsha once again entered the human realm. This time, he did not use an incarnation, but his real body, which meant that he had completely left the eternal world, and the eternal world did not have his power to protect it. This was an empty city stratagem, or rather a stratagem to lure the enemy into a trap. He could come and go freely in the celestial court with an incarnation, and now his real body had directly moved to the human realm. Even if he used his power, it would not be impossible to refine the entire human realm. However, he was not prepared to do so. First, he wanted all living beings in the human realm to completely awaken themselves. If he forcefully refined the human realm, then he would be no different from the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven's attitude towards all living beings was that of a slave, while his attitude towards all living beings was that of teacher. Secondly, the human realm was related to all the fate energy in the world, and if it was refined, it would probably cause the heavenly Tao and Gu Taxian to collapse prematurely. I have arrived in the human realm again, and the atmosphere seems good. Gu Qinsha once again stepped into the human realm, and he saw that there was order everywhere, and there were gods everywhere in the dark. The territory of the Han dynasty was getting bigger and bigger, and it was constantly expanding, starting to sweep across on a large scale. The master of the human realm, Zhang Ziren's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. He seemed to have comprehended some kind of principle. Zhang Ziren has opened up his own family, and he has his own harem and son. Gu Qinsha observed the master of the human realm's fate energy and noticed some secrets. He started to calculate, and he had an idea. A smile appeared on his face. He came to the capital of the Han dynasty, Hong City. He saw a giant imperial city that stood tall, and it was no weaker than the Sky Palace. The current Han dynasty wasn't built in a classical style, but it was a combination of celestial path and prehistoric technology. However, the power of the celestial path was greatly weakened, and it was only limited to the Tao Realm 19 transformation, size manipulation. This was because once one cultivated techniques, one had to ascend to the celestial world. Otherwise, one would be contaminated by the power of the human realm. Gu Qinsha walked casually into the palace. He didn't head to where Zhang Ziren was discussing matters, but to the harem. Zhang Ziren had his own thoughts as he knew that he couldn't be the master of the human realm forever. Once the human realm stabilized, the Emperor of Heaven would attack him. This was because with his strength, he wouldn't be able to occupy the position for a long time. Moreover, he knew that the Emperor of Heaven would definitely send him into the cycle of reincarnation to find his mistakes. It was common to kill the donkey when it was no longer of use. This was why he was making preparations. But now that the Emperor of Heaven was getting stronger and stronger, he couldn't do anything rashly. Gu Qinsha observed the fate energy of the imperial city and could see that Zhang Ziren was conflicted. So, Gu Qinsha landed in Zhang Ziren's harem because he discovered that one of the harem concubines seemed to be pregnant and was nurturing the fetus. He landed and saw many maids serving in the harem. That concubine was really spiritual and beautiful. She gave off a soul-grabbing aura, but she wasn't really strong. She was only at Tao Realm Transformation 9. The Celestial Emperor had ordered that even in the palace of Hong Chao, the ruler of the human world, no one was allowed to have more than 20 transformations of mana other than Zhongziren. Concubine E. The Emperor seems really unhappy recently. The expansion of the Great Han Dynasty is going smoothly, but the Emperor is getting more and more worried. A palace maid reported the situation to the Imperial concubine. I know about this. Also, keep a close eye on the Empress. I heard that the Crown Prince has cultivated to Tao Realm Transformation 19, Big Wish Realm. He wants to improve, but he isn't willing to ascend. Keep a close eye on this matter. He might learn some evil techniques, and when the time comes, the Heaven Dynasty won't accept him. The pregnant concubine, E said, of course, who is willing to ascend. Once they ascend, they will have no status in the celestial world. The maid said, the Emperor has 18 princes. If you give birth to this one, it will be the 19th prince. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.